Hello, everyone. Please have a seat, and while you're getting comfortable, we will start with the conference. My name is Michele Giovanardi. I'm the coordinator of the Global PeaceTech Hub, which is based here at the European University Institute School of Transnational Governance, hosting here us today. So it is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the first Global PeaceTech Conference. The conference is bringing together a diverse group of actors from academia, think tanks, research centers, policy making, to discuss the use and regulation of technology to serve the purpose of peace. Some of the actors around the table have been working in this area for more than 15 years. So we're really happy to welcome you here. And before moving to the works of the conference and the program, I would like to leave the floor to Alexander Stubb, former Prime Minister, Finance Minister, Foreign Minister of Finland, but now Director of the School of Transnational Governance and also Chairman of the Martti Ahtisaari Peace Foundation. And to Calypso Nicolaides, which is Chair of Global Affairs at the School of Transnational Governance, and also the mind and heart behind the Global PeaceTech Hub. So over to you, Alex.
Thanks a lot, Michele, and good afternoon to all of you. Really nice to see so many of you here. Michele is, of course, very humble because if Calypso is the heart and mind, he is really the working hands. Especially of this conference, and we all know what it's like to put together conferences. It's always an uphill battle, and the feeling that you get when you press the microphone for the first time and the actual event begins. So I see sort of a sigh of relief in Michele's and also in Calypso's eyes. It's lovely to have you here. I just wanted to say a couple of words of introduction, actually on two accounts. The first one is to say a few words of who we are, the School of Transnational Governance here at the European University Institute. And then I'll give you my 2 cents of both peace and tech for you to chew on for the next 2 days. The very simple and short story of who we are basically a public policy school that was founded in 2017, and that is partially financed by the European Commission. And the basic idea is very simple. We're sort of the wannabe Kennedy School of Government in Europe, because we felt that there's a little bit of a lacuna of a public policy school which deals with global but also European affairs, and especially from a transnational perspective, so beyond and below borders. If you look at our brain capacity at the moment, we are up to about 250 people in our family, which includes currently 8 full-time professors, soon to be 12, 22 part-time professors, a staff of 75 plus. But then the raw material, who we are, of whom I can see quite a few around here, are our fellows and our students, which then fill up the rest. We try to mix theory and practice. So sometimes we're up in the ivory tower talking about IR theory. At other times, we come back down from the tower and try to look at policy making and practice and have an impact. And I would argue that this is very much one of those events where we try to put flesh on the bones or bites into the cables of what global peace tech actually means. We have 3 basic flagships, if you will, or programs or pillars. One is our 2-year master's program on transnational governance. 2 is our fellowship programs, the stars of which are our Africa program and our policy leader fellows. And then thirdly, we do executive training. We also have a lot of side programs like this one, PeaceTech, but we also do, for instance, the hub of what is called the European Digital Media Observatory, which is the biggest hub fighting disinformation and trying to get facts right and improve media literacy. We also have a lovely program sponsored by the European Investment Bank on climate. So we do an array of, I would argue, practical things and this is one part of it. The second point I wanted to make was just to give you my 2 cents on peace and tech and why I think this is so important. And I don't say this only as chairman of Martti Ahtisaari's Peace Foundation, but in a more broad sense. Now, if you look at the word peace or peace in general, I would argue that we live in a world right now where basically everything can be weaponized, and that the line between war and peace has been blurred. Mark Leonard talks about the age of unpeace. But we live in a world where you can use information as a weapon, you can use energy as a weapon, as we've seen in the past months. You can actually use currency, money, as a weapon. You can use tech as a weapon. And a lot of those things that were supposed to bring us together, like trade or information or exchange and integration, they're actually driving us apart at the moment. So we probably didn't experience, in the words of Fukuyama, the end of history in 1989 to 1991. But we're faced with a whole bunch of other challenges. And that's where the word tech comes in. And in many ways, I would argue that there are 4 structural megatrends that every society in the world has to deal with. It doesn't matter whether you come from an autocracy, a democracy, or somewhere in between. And they are demography, economy, climate, and and tech. Because I believe that no matter which angle you look at tech, say you look at it from the angle of artificial intelligence and robotization, I firmly believe that it will disrupt, and it already has, every aspect of society, including the biggest aspect, in other words, war and peace. Artificial intelligence and robotization is changing the economy and the way in which we work. It's changing politics and the way in which we communicate. And it's changing science and basically the way in which we are as human beings. And I'll finish off with this. I remember reading a book a while back by a Finnish scholar who is unfortunately now has passed away. It's called The Peace Machine. It's many years back already, and on the basis of that and some other ideas, we started to work on the concept of PeaceTech at CMI, Martti Ahtisaari's Peace Foundation. But very soon you sort of come to realize that it is obviously an uphill battle, but it's such a vast field that you have to try to look at it from every possible angle and perspective. And of course, when I start reading the final report of what comes out of here, I hope certainly to be much wiser about how PeaceTech can actually help us to come over today's challenges. I do apologize that I can only stay here for a few more minutes and listen to Calypso, but believe me, I will read everything that has been said here. Thanks a lot.
Indeed, Alex, and I know that's true because you are so involved in all of the dimensions of our school. And I would really like to join Alex and Michele in welcoming all of you here in the room as well as on screen, since we're being live streamed. And also on behalf of our co-convener, Andrea Renda, who is going to chair in a few minutes the first panel and who has been a pillar of this initiative, of this program. And it's been wonderful to work with him as he goes back and forth from Brussels. And I also want to echo Alex in making sure that we have truth in advertising here, because this conference is Michele's baby. Michele has been an amazing coordinator of the program, inspired and enthusiastic, and but perhaps Michele will, I know Michele will agree with me in saying that he wouldn't have been able to achieve this conference without the help of Lou here, who's been with us from the beginning, and indeed Teona, who is sitting at the other end of the table, and all of you have been corresponding with Teona, so you know what I'm speaking about. Let me... We also all know that we are a hub. And a hub means that we are a network, we're connected. We're beginning to be connected. In fact, we're gathering today here in order to make this hub a reality beyond our virtual connection that we have enjoyed now for several months as a global peace hub. We are joined as the core founding members, us here at EUI, by the Institute for Social Ethics in Lucerne, represented here by Evelyn, and Peter hopefully is joining us online at some point. We're hoping. He had a last minute impossibility to come. And the government lab at NYU, represented here by Stefan, who's flown direct from New York, and we're so happy to be working together. But of course, I think it's very clear to everyone here that all of you in this room as individuals, but also through your organizations, are destined. Is that a bit too forceful, Michele? Destined to become part of this hub. And indeed, we very much see a constantly enlarging process as we have, I think you all have on your desk this brochure that makes it clear. On page 4, we have some of our projects already in which many of you are already participating, from the mapping work that we're going to talk about, mapping PeaceTech, digital identities, ethics of human rights, digital ecosystem, etc., etc. But this list is destined also to become larger as we work together. And indeed, I would suggest that the only qualification for being part of the hub, in a more formal basis, is that first of all, probably you want to share our passion to engineer together a new renaissance for humanity, to confront these challenges that Alex so brilliantly laid out and that he's working on, we're all working on, yes, to make this world a better, peaceful place. There's another prerequisite, which is that your first name has to be Andrea. Andrea Renda or Andrea Calderaro, who is our other pillar of our program here in Florence. But that being said, yes, indeed, we very much hope that this conference obviously builds on an amazingly rich past and rich present and projects in the whole ecosystem of PeaceTech in the world. And many of you have been working on PeaceTech for so many years in so many different dimensions. Our ambition is global PeaceTech. It's about connection, and it's about asking about the global governance stakes of what we work on, very often at the micro level. This was an idea that was actually born in Oxford a few years ago, and indeed our core funder, Arthur Kloss, who will join us this evening and is the head of a Kloss venture capital firm, helped us start it there. In our Liv, who's among us, and others were part of this. But well, Oxford is Oxford and EUI is EUI, and it turned out to be much more fruitful and appropriate to really plant the project and create roots here as global PeaceTech. Above all because it's EUI, but I can't help also, perhaps as an old romantic, noticing that here we are in the Badia, in Florence, it's Fiesole, just a few meters from here. Leonardo tried his first aerial screw and flying machine, ornithopter, and in fact, really, the forefather of our drones today. So proto-drones were tried here. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a fall, and his best friend Tommaso died there. But we forget these moments, and who says these things are dangerous anyway? But let's not forget also that Machiavelli here was this debating the relationship between fortress and cannons when you have a citizen militia and a citizen army, because after all, he was a passionate Republican, right here and right in the Palazzo where our school is. And of course, who would forget Michelangelo inventing the first 3D printer here in Florence? He was the first who really went back to 3D in creating his amazing statues, which ended up with the David really symbolizing the aspiration of freedom when you're a small Goliath, Florence against all the great power. And perhaps that's, I think, a great metaphor for us to start with. Perhaps sometimes we feel like Davids against the Goliath of the huge companies, tech monopolies, autocratic governments, huge forces that we may fear. But, you know, David still stands, and we will stand tall and walk together. So I'm looking forward to these 2 days where we can exchange our ideas on how we do that. Thank you. And Michele now will say a bit more about the setup, the conference, and the next panel.
Thank you so much, Alex and Calypso, for these words of welcome and introduction. I will just go through some technical details as well, but just run you through very quickly through the program of the conference. Today we have 3 sessions. The first one will be an opening panel with a few contributions moderated by Andrea Renda, with a few contributions on PeaceTech projects and initiatives that achieved a lot in terms of PeaceTech. And then we will have a session 2 on definitions of PeaceTech. So what is PeaceTech? We might come here with our definitions or with different definition, and we will discuss where does PeaceTech start, where does it end, does it make sense to theorize PeaceTech, is it useful? And the third session will be exploring some of the PeaceTech applications from different centers. So that's a little bit the idea for today. Tomorrow we will have 3 parallel sessions, and you were asked to select one of them because they will happen all at the same time. But if you haven't done so, don't worry, you can still, just decide to come to us and tell us just for logistical reasons, but it will be, this is not a problem. I mean, the rooms should be like big enough to have you there. And we will have a session on investing in PeaceTech and the award ceremony for the Klutz Prize, which is a prize for PeaceTech initiatives, and a closing session. So that's a little bit the program. It's 2 full afternoons. We didn't want to be very heavy with the program because we really want to make the most out of this physical presence here and to talk to each other, to network, to spend some time together. As I was saying in the introduction, and excuse me, I will try to see if someone has the microphone activated on Zoom. How's it? Yeah, I think there's someone. Okay, I think there's some microphone. There's an echo. Okay, good. So I was saying that, as I was saying before, for some of you, you've been working on PeaceTech for more than 15 years, 20 years. So you're not new to this topic. So the idea is really exchange, ideas, but also maybe discuss a sense of, common purpose in doing, finding synergies. We're strong believers in synergies and achieving something together and giving new energy to debate on PeaceTech. So that's a little bit what we're trying to achieve here. We also, and I will say it from the outset because I think it's something that is very important for many organizations here. We try to achieve to the global south as well, but we can do. We know we can do more there. So we know that there are many initiatives that wanted to be here today from the global south as well. Some of them they are here, some of them they are not. But it's just the starting point. So you can see this as a starting point, and there are wonderful initiatives from the global south that we want to include and to join these kind of initiatives as well. So on the technicalities, so Calypso already thanked the team, and I want to join her in thanking Calypso for setting up the program and Andrea for convening this conference here, Teona, Lucia, and also our core partners, Evelyn, Stefan, Uma, and Michaela as well from the events team and the UI hosting us. And another thing, at the first coffee break, we will have a group picture there's a consent form on your table. You can give your consent or not give your consent, but anyway, we will have a group picture at the first coffee break, which will be around 4. And tonight we will have dinner in Santa Maria Novella at the cocktail bar indicated on the program. So I know many of you are already there at the conference hotel. So we will meet there and continue the night there. And there will be some shuttles bringing you down to Santa Maria Novella. So after the end of the conference, the shuttle will bring you there. And also we have tomorrow the possibility to get to the famous dome from Brunelleschi, the cupola. And there are tickets for that, but they are limited. So if you're interested, you should flag it to us and collect the tickets at the end of the day. So when the session will be over. So I hope that's it. Otherwise, the events team will tell me off. Yeah, if I forgot something, I will tell you later. But anyway, I'm super happy. We are all here gathered around this table. And I will leave it to Andrea Renda, adjunct professor of digital policy at the UI School of Transnational Governance, and also head of global governance, regulation, innovation, and digital economy program at the Center for European Policy Studies. So I will leave the floor to Andrea to chair the first session.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks to everybody. Thanks for the introduction, Calypso and Alex, and thanks to Michele, of course. And we'll have time throughout these 2 days to, thank ourselves and thank you even more. Let's make it happen now, right? Let's get started, and hopefully we'll get to the end of the conference that will be satisfied that we've had a good time together. Also because this is an experiment. It's a conference, but it's also an experiment, right? We're trying to bring together people that have been active in various domains that now we try to conceptualize as part of global PeaceTech for years. To some extent, we are we have been very tangential to this, and to some extent we could be perceived as newcomers. And so we are very much also in listening mode here, trying to understand, what can we add to this and how can we help you get together even better. And so we hope you'll appreciate this. The fact that you have come, it's also a very good sign that there is an opening on your end to create a big community and perhaps be stronger together in advocating for responsible uses of technology and proactive uses of technologies, which is not necessarily abstaining from doing something, but actually proactively using technology to create and build peace. Peace, I'm not daring to define. I know that Stefan will come in, and also Calypso and Michele have been co-authoring a piece that really tries to frame conceptually, academically, and also more semantically the space for global peace tech. So not this session, but the next one will be more dedicated to exploring and trying to find the contours of this ever-evolving term. This panel that we have now, we called it opening panel because it's really a collection of experiences, right? And the first 2 speakers that we will have now are speakers that really have a characteristic. They are individually representing themselves here, but they represent an enormous community of people in the projects that they will present. Meaning they make the most of what technology does at its best, which is collective intelligence, right? It's not necessarily only artificial intelligence. And remember Stefan writing about this, the artificial intelligence, but also how to combine it with collective intelligence is really what is the force of decentralized governance when it's somehow centrally coordinated, right? And our first speaker, and you will see also our second, presents a project that goes in the same direction, but our first speaker will be Cameron Ashraf. Cameron is a human rights lead at the Wikimedia Foundation. He's the co-founder of Access Now. He's also assistant professor at Central European University, spends his time between Los Angeles and Vienna at the moment. And so Cameron, being lead for human rights at Wikimedia Foundation, which means overseeing Wikipedia as a sort of a daily evolving, enormous, massive journal of what is going on, you obviously find yourself, and you will tell us in many respects, exposed, and the people that contribute on a daily basis to this living encyclopedia are exposed to situations of conflict, situations of tensions. And so how do you go about them? How do you address them? How do you leverage this enormous power? So we're super happy to have you with us, Cameron, telling us about the story of recent events also that have involved Wikipedia. So I give you the floor. And feel free to add anything to your profile that I haven't mentioned, apart from the fact that you've been visiting Florence and visiting us in the past with our great satisfaction. So I give you the floor for your initial remarks, and I'm sure this will trigger quite a lot of questions. So over to you.
There we go. Okay, everybody. That's right, yeah, good point. We might as well use the technology that we have, right? Andrea, thank you very much for the introduction. And just again, to double check, everybody can hear me all right? Okay, great. Thank you again for the introduction and for this wonderful event. I'm really happy to be here. A little bit, like all of you, trying to understand what PeaceTech is and how does it actually, manifest in practice. And because of that, I want to talk a little bit about what I'm calling battleground encyclopedia, Wikipedia and the invasion of Ukraine. As for the background, as Andrea said, I'm head of human rights at Wikimedia Foundation. I co-founded Access Now. Some of you might have heard of. You can't hear? No. Oh, I'm the head of human rights at the Wikimedia Foundation, and several years ago, I co-founded Access Now. It's a large digital rights organization. I co-founded it in 2009, and I'm also...
Cameron, can I stop you for a second? Since we know that this room has a very high ceiling, apart from you trying to find your position that best fits, that makes it audible to everybody, but there are headphones in case you have you want to hear a little bit louder and clearer. So that's why you have it on the table. You just have to stick it on the base of the microphone, and this perhaps will make you feel a little bit more lonely, but perhaps will increase your listening experience. Sorry, Cam, go ahead.
No problem. I'll try to sit down then, even though I like to move around a lot. And I'm assistant professor teaching mostly technology and human rights at Central European University in Vienna. So to give you a bit of a background about Wikipedia and human rights, when I tell people that I do human rights at Wikipedia, most people have no idea that would even exist. My favorite response that I've gotten is like, so your job is to edit the page on human rights at Wikipedia. I wish that would be fantastic if that was all I had to do. But actually, Wikipedia is an enormous organization, an enormous website. It's one of the most popular websites on earth. We'll get to some statistics in a moment. But the mandate of the human rights team is to support people who are persecuted for their participation in the Wikimedia movement. And believe it or not, people all around the world, almost every day, are harassed, intimidated, arrested because they're editing or accessing Wikipedia. I remember the first time I ever encountered something like that was when I was doing my PhD at UCLA, and I was teaching a lab course, and I was sitting next to a student, and he started to cry at the computer. And I was like, oh my gosh, the assignment's not that hard. Like, is everything okay? But he was an exchange student from China and had just opened up Wikipedia and read about Tiananmen Square massacre, which he had never heard of before. And he had no idea that this was had been done in his country by his own people, by his government. So that was the first experience that I had. It was many years before I worked at Wikipedia, on the importance of this website that we all access every day. Year to date, we've had over 112 billion page views of Wikipedia. It's incredible. It's the 6th most popular website on the planet, behind Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Every month, we get 2.1 billion unique people visiting. That's why I said human rights for 2 billion users. It's 1 out of every 4, roughly, people on Earth comes to Wikipedia every month. So you can see the rest of the statistics there. I won't necessarily go through all of them with you, but we are 100% nonprofit. That means we are not creepy. We do not make money off of your selling your data or anything like that. And I think from a PeaceTech perspective, that's quite important. We face a lot of challenges from human rights perspective, censorship, quite an obvious one. Cultural challenges, there's different interpretations of what, for example, a woman should or shouldn't do, what certain sexualities should or shouldn't do, and this can create enormous human rights pressures for people who, for example, want to edit topics about homosexuality or make women's contributions to various topics more prominent. We also have to deal with legal challenges, surveillance, war and civil unrest, harassment and intimidation. So you can see why I would have loved if the original job responsibility was just to edit the Wikipedia human rights page. But I can go forward here. Let's see, it's not going forward. There we go. And this is to give you an example of the amount of user groups and chapters that we have. These are more formal organizations around the world where people come together, they have a formal group, they're not just editing on their own, and they decide we're going to come together and work on Wikipedia, right? And they're going to meet together, they're going to do various projects together and so on. So you can see, and this doesn't mean that people, for example, in the United States or in India aren't editing. This is an example where people have come together and formed formalized organizations that work under the Wikipedia umbrella. So now to the main point of my talk, and this was Thursday, the 24th of February, 2022, which many of you will remember was the day that the invasion of Ukraine began. And I had just come back from a movie in Los Angeles. I had just moved from Vienna back to LA, where I'm originally from, and I had just come back from a movie when I got the notice that the invasion had actually happened. My team and I, we have an Eastern European specialist, and we were already preparing for this in advance, but it still came as a shock and as an enormous, tragedy. That when somebody's, it's just been a decision to start to kill people is always a tragedy. And to hear that was deeply disturbing. And we knew immediately that our communities in Eastern Europe, Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine primarily, were going to be really impacted. All the communities that speak Russian in different ways. To give you an overview of some of the statistics that we have from Russian Wikipedia alone, it's 1 billion monthly average page views. Interestingly enough, it's increased by 13% since the invasion has happened, and 600 million of those come from territorial Russian Federation itself. So this is not one of the things where we're having the diaspora heavily involved. This is an entity that's primarily visited and accessed from within the Russian Federation, 100 million from Ukraine, and also about 40 million from Belarus. So comprising the majority of the people who access. So what was quite interesting, now we're talking about PeaceTech here, and I believe Wikipedia is a very good exemplar of the idea of PeaceTech. It's a collective project that people are working on around the world. That's all it is. It's not Facebook, it's not Twitter, what's left of Twitter, it's not Instagram or anything like that, where essentially it's coming together for the harvesting of data to further the profit of the organizations that are hosting these platforms. We come together, donation-driven, to create a giant global project to index and curate all the knowledge around the world in over 300 languages. And so this, as you can imagine, this is exemplar of peace, but this also can invite a lot of serious issues when it comes to peace, conflict, and physical, informational, and legal harassment. And this was the playbook that Russia took. Now, the reason I'm talking about this is to give an example of how these open technologies, these more decentralized, open networks can actually be gamed by nefarious actors, right? What a project for peace can be turned to the opposite. In the first hand, we had people who were being surveilled, doxxed, and arrested. Almost immediately after the invasion, lists of Wikipedia editors' names, addresses, telephone numbers were distributed across Russian language social media. We believe that this was already lined up by Russian authorities and Belarusian authorities, ready to go. And this came out quite quickly. And unfortunately, this resulted in some arrests, which was extremely difficult to see. People who are just editing an encyclopedia were getting arrested and put in prison. It's also involved an enormous amount of surveillance. Simultaneously, throughout the invasion, we had Russia decide to launch, now Wikipedia is unblocked, by the way, I forgot to mention that. We saw Russia decide to launch Wikipedia alternatives, right? The most famous one being R Universalis. Now, this, of course, might be, the idea to create an alternative Wikipedia, but more nefariously, the purpose of this is to actually dilute search engine results. So that when you do a Google search, for example, for some topic, Wikipedia comes up as a fairly authoritative source right at the top. But if you start to dilute that, Wikipedia becomes one source amongst many. And that creates the exact kind of doubt that benefits the status quo. Right? That's one of the most important parts of disinformation on this platform, is if we instill doubt in individuals, we ensure that the status quo remains. And the status quo is what? Well, unfortunately, we all know what that is right now. We also saw active disinformation efforts all across the platform, in Russian language Wikipedia, in English language Wikipedia, and most interestingly, on multiple language Wikipedias, Chinese language, in Hindi, and so on. And an active media campaign, including President Putin himself, calling out Wikipedia as a source of extremism, as something that needed to be controlled, as not knowing, why is it a Western tool, and so on. In fact, I have received hate mail and death threat emails from people saying that we are US government funded. I wish, it would be great to have that kind of money, but US government funded and so on. And so part of this Soros global conspiracy, the usual, they were just missing MI6 and Mossad, and then we would have had all the usual suspects. But more seriously, this is a kind of campaign that started as it resulted in the harassment happening to thousands of people, also inside of Russia, really chilling the atmosphere around a global collaborative project. The editors in Russia are being enormously brave by using their real names and making edits to the Wikipedia page about the conflict, the only uncensored bit of news, essentially news outlet that's available there about what's happening at great personal risk and enormous, there's an enormous amount of fear, which is also very heartbreaking. And then finally, legal challenges, which includes fines for various Wikipedia pages, an accusation that we are an extremist organization, that Wikipedia is an extremist project. Therefore, anybody who actually edits or works on it or views it is considered to be an extremist as well. And routine threats to block Wikipedia. This was the playbook that we saw happening across the platform. And it's not something you would expect on the encyclopedia website, right? You would expect this perhaps at something like Twitter or Instagram. But on Wikipedia, actually, we saw a distinct playbook that emerged. But the long-term issue that I see is to echo what Mr. Stoops said earlier about weaponizing peace, weaponization of various things with PeaceTech is weaponizing trust. Wikipedia is completely decentralized. It's actually annoyingly decentralized from a human rights perspective, right? I cannot force these, like Russian language Wikipedia, for example, or Italian language Wikipedia to change any content, and we can't. It's actually up to the local governance that's there from the individuals and the users to actually make changes whether they want to or not. That sounds really fantastic in practice, and I think it is fantastic in practice. And it surprised me. I was like, wait a minute, so you don't have control? We can't tell them what to do? This and this? No. But you can understand there, if you're thinking a bit ahead, about how you could game that system, or maybe I've been working in human rights for too long, how that system can be gamed. So we have these very local groups of people who come together because they're passionate about editing Wikipedia. It's built on trust and mutual respect. And this is how the whole system operates. Basically, the more you're editing, the more you're collaborating, the more you're working, right? The more your trust profile increases, the more individuals trust you and rely upon you. The more you move up in community governance and are able to have increasingly significant amounts of authority over how the platform in your local language actually operates. It would be like if you were really good at Instagram and all of a sudden you could actually run part of Instagram, to give you how that actually works, or Facebook. That doesn't happen there, but it happens here. These people who are just regular people, nobody's paid to do it, the ultimate authority on what's on the encyclopedia. So what we see happening is this concept called entryism, where it's this long-term sort of Russian state capture and other states as well, which weaponizes trust. People come in, they start to edit, they go to the meetups, they hang out in person. We're talking about a 2, 3, 4 year long game many of them will play. Get to know you, go out to dinner with your friends and family, and slowly build trust within the community and do a lot of reliable edits, right? Become known for being a positive contributor, making big, significant changes on the platform. And over time, that moves them up in the hierarchy of the local language communities. It allows them to have abilities to actually change policies and change governance. And then what we see is that once these individuals are in positions of authority, that then they can change policies and governance, for example, to have Sputnik News be a trusted source for Wikipedia articles. Okay, so Wikipedia, so what? But Wikipedia is a starting point for almost every journalist I've ever talked with about anything. Journalists are underpaid and overworked. They go to Wikipedia to get a first start. That ends up in your newspaper, that ends up in online, in your, whatever you're reading online. When you do, how many of you have ever been at dinner and you have an argument with somebody, that's not true, and you Google it and you see the little information box that comes up from Wikipedia and you just go off that. Believe it or not, that little box is one of the biggest battleground spaces I would say, in cyberspace right now. And governments, including EU governments, I'm not going to say who, are very interested in getting that space to fit a narrative that suits them. So you just do a Google search, and we're all, people who are hopefully informationally adept here, but there's other individuals who are not so informationally adept, and you get the first block there, and all of a sudden that becomes a narrative that you share with friends. That becomes the truth. That becomes how the world works. As a professor, 100%, I've encountered something and just done a quick Google before class, like, oh boy, I gotta know that on the metro, look up the first thing and okay, I have a sense of it, right? I'm just a human being. I can't read the full 300-page book in 20 minutes. And then that goes into students' ears and eyes. So what we see here is that the actual trust that Wikipedia is built on, that so many of these decentralized peace-based systems are built on, is actually something that can be weaponized given the variable of time. Anyway, I just wanted to share that that bit that I think is the most vulnerable part of these kind of projects is the weaponizing of trust, and focusing on a few things that I see as quite challenges for the future of Wikipedia and other sort of PeaceTech or decentralized or open platforms that are trying to change the narrative and get away from this sort of, splitting you up by demographic categories, trying to make money off of harvesting your data. Transparency. First, that's the hugest challenge that I've seen. Right? I have an open platform, everything is visible, but that makes it exceptionally easy to game because all you have to do is sit and watch and observe over time, and you understand how the game is played. And I have seen that in just my, I've been there since January 2021. I'm the first human rights person at the foundation, but I have seen that change dramatically as this has become a major battleground just in 1 year. Education, part of the problem with the foundation and a lot of these open, more trust-based, peace-based type projects is that there's not a lot of understanding of how trust can be gamed, about how trust can be weaponized, right? I think there's a lot of naivete, which is understandable, of course, right? Peace is itself a naive idea, which I'm totally a naive person. I just want to put that out there. But that's a part of the problem, is that there's not a lot of sort of that implicit and explicit knowledge within these movements and within these groups about how can trust be gained, why would people do that, right? And then finally is that a lot of these projects, like Wikipedia included, we just don't have the resources that our for-profit peers do. We're in the meetings with, Facebook, Google, Twitter at a fraction of the budget because it rely on people to donate. So part of the problem with PeaceTech or not weaponizing trust is ensuring that we have the resources to actually push back, to not have small, incredibly tiny teams, having to manage all of this. So there's also the resource side of things, which I think is quite important when it comes to PeaceTech. And that, just a very short talk. I know we don't have very much time, but I just wanted to put that out there. And if you have any questions, then at the Q&A session, would love to discuss with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. I'm sure there will be many questions for you. I propose that we will listen to our second speaker first, and then we open the floor to a round of questions, and then we'll go into the second part of this panel. I already have like 12 questions for you, Cameron, so I'll just wait for now. So we move to our second speaker, Elizabeth Krosigk. She's the Head of Government Affairs, EU and Global Policy Lead on AI at RELX Group. So Elizabeth will also, seems to be like someone with an open microphone somewhere. So Elizabeth comes to tell us a story of another important project that leverages decentralized governance and collective intelligence. But obviously, you will also be very interested in our workshop tomorrow on the responsible uses of AI, I do believe. So thanks for being with us, Elizabeth, and thanks for coming to join this panel. I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. And can we show the PowerPoint? Does it work? Yay. Okay, we can just stay there for the moment, and if you don't mind moving it, that will kind of be easier. So, thank you. I have to admit, I'm a bit humbled by this group. I mean, let me just say, I am not an academic. I do not work for a university. In fact, even worse, I work for a for-profit company. Maybe not Google, but a for-profit company. So, and some of you will already know one of the companies in which, so I work for a company called Relics, and some of you will already around this table will know one of our four companies, Elsevier, and you've probably got your own views about what kind of company Elsevier may or may not be. But I want you to trust in what I'm going to say. The only academia I can offer you is I'm a recovering lawyer. I've been recovering for many years. But what I want to talk to you about actually really, really excites me. And I mean, Relics is a company that it's a European company. It was born in Europe. It is still in Europe, but it's got a global footprint. And really our purpose is to make sense out of data. And I guess you probably think, yeah, well, she's only here. This is some sort of funny little project. But it's really not. In fact, I was talking to somebody before the conference began and said, you know, 10 years ago when I was recruiting people, people wanted to know what the salary was, what their pension was. It was all very focused on them. Now when I recruit people, they want to know, how are you making the world a better place? What are you doing to improve the world? And it sounds a very big aspiration, and I'm just going to offer you a teeny weeny little thing that we do. But I just want to say across all the company, we do things like this, not just because it kind of fits into our corporate responsibility piece, which is obviously important, but because actually people like me get up in the morning better when we know that we are doing something that does actually help. And that's a huge motivator for humans. And so companies can do good for the company, but also do good things as well. And it's quite exciting for me to be able to talk about eyewitness to atrocities. Just a couple of things I mentioned, Elsevier. Those of you who have, I don't know, Netflix, you might not know, but we're there helping with your digital identity to make sure you can log on safely to your Netflix. If you like Comic-Con, I don't know anyone who's staying at the hotel I'm staying at, there are like comic books, people everywhere. Well, anyway, we as part of exhibitions, we put on things like Comic-Con. We are involved with data and so on in the aviation sector, in the insurance sector. If you want to know what your plane is doing, you might well be logging onto or getting your information from something called Cirium. That's all part of what we do as a global company. But today I actually want to talk to you about the legal part of the business, LexisNexis, and actually maybe more specifically what we do as part of our Rule of Law Foundation. So this is a foundation that was established some years ago to further the rule of law. And I just want to say a little bit about rule of law, where this sits, because actually rule of law is incredibly important in what we're doing, and actually for all of us as citizens. And the mission of the foundation is to advance rule of law. And the thing about rule of law is it's not just about doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It also helps economic drivers. It is unbelievable, but we can correlate, we can show correlation, direct correlation between countries that are high in rule of law and a good economic basis, a stable country economically and also socially. There are many factors, many indicators that we can show that show how important rule of law is. And we have defined it, and there are many definitions of rule of law, but you will notice we haven't defined it in the sense of democracy. We've defined it in the sense of 4 things you need: equality, transparency, this time in front of the law, access to a reasonable remedy, and an independent judiciary. And we say with these 4 things, you can have a stable country with a good rule of law system. And obviously, as I say, morally it's the right thing to do, but actually countries that do this, there's a correlation against infant mortality, against life expectancy, and actually GDP. So it's good for society, but it's also good for the economy. And I wanted to talk about rule of law because eyewitness to atrocities is part of what we do in the Rule of Law Foundation. And so it's not a kind of fly in the night thing that we do. We've been involved with developing this since 2011. So this is very cool. So what is eyewitness to atrocities? Well, you've probably seen, and you talked about Ukraine, and obviously I can talk about this in relation to Ukraine, although it has been around for years before what's happened in Ukraine. It's been used in Congo, it's been used in different places. When you log on to Wiki or to a website or whatever, you see thousands and thousands of images, right? You see photographs of what's going on, you see video of what's going on in Ukraine. And it is a sad but important mass of information that is being gathered about the atrocities that are happening there. It is our witness to this. But actually, what is it we really want to do as well as witness? We want to make sure that people pay for what's happening. That actually people who have committed war crimes and human rights violations are brought to court. And sadly, all the stuff we see out on the internet, most of that is not usable in a court of law. Why is that? Because you can't prove where it comes from. You need to make sure that it has not been tampered with, that it is absolutely verifying what has been seen, that the chain has been untampered from the moment the image is uploaded to when it's downloaded to be tried in a court of law. So it's very different grabbing evidence for the court of public opinion. It's very different when we use this evidence in a court, the International Criminal Court or any other court which is looking at capturing and trying people for war crimes. So Eyewitness to Atrocities is an app on your mobile phone. It actually came out of something that happened in Sri Lanka about 15 years ago, 2011, where Sri Lankan citizens, the Channel 4 News, so a television program in the UK, was doing an investigation into human rights atrocities alleged to be done against Sri Lankan citizens in Sri Lanka by the government. And they came to the International Bar Association, which is a global gathering, a global bar association, and said, how do we prove, we hear these things, we're being sent loads of photos, but how do we know that this is actually truthfully happening? And the problem is, they couldn't prove it. Channel 4 went on record with it, but the Sri Lankan government did a huge disinformation campaign, basically this is fake news, and people came away thinking, we don't know if this happened or it didn't happen. And so the IBA, the International Bar Association, sat down with my company, LexisNexis actually, and said, how can we do something to make sure that this does get recorded properly? What is it that we can do? And what we have developed is what is actually known as a controlled capture tool. So how does it work? You download the app on your mobile phone. It is hidden, so you choose a cover for the app, and it is hidden by that cover. So if you're stopped at a search place or at a frontier, it's not found quickly. It's not found because it's hidden. And then you take the photographs or the video through that app. So if you see something, and it might be awful things to human beings, but it might also be witness around buildings and other things. You take the video, you take the phone, the photographs on your mobile phone through the app. The minute you take those photographs, the app is date stamped, the photos or the videos are date stamped, time stamped, and geolocated. And that information cannot be tampered with. You can tag it so that you can label it, but that's all you can do with it. You can't do anything else. And then it is uploaded onto a secure database, which is manned by, or personed, is that a word? By us, by LexisNexis. So we hold enormous, vast amounts of data, legal data and information in secure sites So we hold this data securely. It cannot be tampered. It cannot be touched. It's uploaded and it's removed from the phone. So there's no footprint on the phone. It's all uploaded into the cloud and into this secure database, this secure locker. And that then is not touched until at the other end, in preparation for law cases against the perpetrators, lawyers sit actually physically in a room and sift through the information. So it's then downloaded by them, sifted through in a secure environment. And what we've done also is tag it in a way that it makes it easier. There are different files and folders that automatically go in. So it's securely downloaded and then can be searched through in a legally safe way to make sure that you've got that trusted chain of custody. AI actually doesn't feature very high. So technology has driven the app. It is technology that's made the app. We did experiment with using AI at the other end for the sifting through of content, but we actually found that the tools weren't sophisticated enough to help us make decisions which need to be made in a court of law. So again, it's very different when you're preparing a case for a court than when you're playing that case out in the media or in the news and so on. You need very different quality of information. And so we haven't used AI on that side. We've used technology on the front end, but not on the back end. Obviously, safety is paramount, which is why we've taken everything we can do to limit the risk of citizens. But what is amazing about this app is it turns anyone into an eyewitness to what is happening. So anyone can use it. And in Ukraine, we have been, what am I doing? We're trying to spread the word. We're trying to get validation from organizations that this app is safe to use. It is being used by media out there. It's starting to be used by soldiers out there, which is of course really important. But it means that absolutely anybody can be involved in this and can help to create the evidence that we need to make sure that people stand trial and pay for the crimes that they have done. So I think it is an incredibly important thing to be able to do. We're proud to be part of that. We've had, I think, around 25,000 uploads from Ukraine. We have done a Ukrainian version. We released that in March. And it has just been endorsed by Ukraine's Prosecutor General. Do you want to just go to the next slide, please? Andrei Konstin, and he's just endorsed it, which is obviously great for us because, as I say, the more endorsement we get, the better. I mentioned it had been used, I can't pronounce these names, but in 2018 there was a military tribunal for Congo, and it convicted 2 high-ranking commanders for murder, torturing and constituting crimes against humanity. And I actually think it was the first time that rape was actually used as well as part of a war crime. And that succeeded in part because of the evidence that Eyewitness was able to gather. It takes a long time to bring these cases to court, but it has some success, which is great news, and I hope it will have a lot more success with what's going on in Ukraine. And just maybe going to the next slide, I've got some information up there. I don't know if we've got time. Have we got time to show a 3-minute video? We don't need to. Yeah, and then we wrap up. It's the first one. Sure, thank you. Doesn't matter if you can't play it, because I presume these slides will be shown for everyone. Do you know what? Don't waste time. Don't worry.
Just a sec. Getting there. Let's see if the audio works.
Here at Eyewitness, we know that the most heinous crimes would never have been brought to justice without brave eyewitnesses, and that with the smartphone, many more individuals have been able to raise red flags around the world, exposing crimes that may never have surfaced. We also understand the barriers eyewitnesses face in verifying the truth of their evidence. Views can be biased. Footage can be edited. As an initiative of the International Bar Association, we know the legal requirements for photos and videos to be admitted as evidence in court. Recognizing the immense risks eyewitnesses take, we believe these efforts should never be in vain, and potential evidence should always be admissible in a court of law. Our mission is to facilitate justice for the worst international crimes. That is why we've developed the Eyewitness to Atrocities app, for eyewitnesses to easily gather footage about atrocity crimes that can be verified and assessed by professionals for legal use. When using the app, the date and location are collected from 3 separate sources, before internal software creates a digital fingerprint for the footage, rendering it uneditable. Most importantly, we ensure a trusted chain of custody and act as verifiers once the footage is sent to us. And that's not all. Our partnerships with LexisNexis, DLA Piper and international law firms make sure that all footage is secure from hacking and analyzed by a network of top lawyers for use in investigations or trials. Although atrocities are inevitable, justice is not. It requires evidence. With the Eyewitness to Atrocities app, courageous eyewitnesses to these crimes are empowered to capture the evidence needed to hold the perpetrators accountable, to seek justice for the worst international crimes.
Thank you. I mean, in 2.5 minutes, that said it much better than I could. But I want to say, I just want to end by saying that I think it's really important. We're talking about tech for good, tech for peace. It's not just about individual use cases, as good as this one is. If we want real peace, I think we have to recognize the UN sustainability goals. And I think that the tech for peace can really help solve some of the problems, but we need to think about how we work with those goals to help improve and further peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And this completes these first 2 presentations. I'd like to pause here for a second also because I don't know if you have the same impression, but and I don't know if Cameron and Elizabeth also have the same impression, but I think that you are presenting projects that perhaps started from 2 points that are rather distant, but they are converging on the same challenges, and in particular, how to build evidence that can be trusted. And evidence is not just, like in this case, something that can then use in war crimes, but evidence is also something that can be proactively used to avoid disinformation and then create peace, or avoid opportunities for conflict, and that is absolutely important. So we chose to start from really projects where the technology at stake are simple, right? We're not talking about super sophisticated stuff here. We're talking about computers, personal computers, and smartphones, if you wish, and that transform anyone, everybody into a potential agent of change. Now, let me see if there are questions for either Cameron or Elizabeth, and who would like to ask questions. Who wants to break the ice? There's one there, and 1 and 2. And please, the others, while these 2 questions are being asked, and then please introduce yourself when you ask the question. You can use the name tag so that I can get a sense. You can do like this if you want to ask a question, so that I get a sense of how many questions there are pending. And so I will ask you to be concise in the question and hopefully concise in the answer. The rest can be brought into the coffee break. And also because we have a second part to this panel where we have another speaker and 2 videos. So we want to leave space for that as well. And you want to have coffee at some point. So start over there.
Okay. Hello, my name is Maria Teresa Garrido. I'm from the University for Peace. And I have a question for Elizabeth. I really appreciate this technology. I work a little bit on transitional justice at University for Peace. So I'm wondering if you have any example of the use of this data that can be more precise. I know you mentioned Sri Lanka, but if you have any other case that we can know a little bit better how it works, it would be fantastic. Thank you.
We collect a few questions, right? We had a question here.
It turns red when you... Can you hear me? Okay. But whenever I want to ask a challenging question around technology, technology hits back. So I'm kidding. I'm Branka Panic. I'm from AI for Peace, and I'm also a research fellow at New York University Center on International Cooperation. And I have a quick comment and question for both Cameron and Elizabeth. Impressive work. Thanks so much for sharing. For Cameron, I'm just coming from a conference at the Munich University around conflict, early warning, early action, and your first reflection, how you were in a way surprised of what happened in Ukraine, like triggered my my reaction. And I'm just wondering if you started thinking maybe how the content on Wikipedia can actually be used to support this kind of work on early warnings and helping us to know what is happening. I heard an impressive work from academic there who is actually using your content as a sort of a proxy data for countries where we don't have enough information about conflicts in the past. He's using Wikipedia, but also some Google search and other new forms of data to actually get those signals early on, so we are not surprised by what is happening. So this is where I see additional layer of your content and technology being used for peace. For Elizabeth, I'm just thinking, I know that there are other efforts in collecting the digital witness is an entire movement now. Even in Ukraine, I know that the government repurposed some of their digital tools that were used in digital governance to actually now collect the potential evidence of crimes and war crimes and crimes against humanity. Do you have a way to cooperate with these initiatives? And is that a challenging part of this work if we have multiple forums out there that are collecting the data? Does that make your work more challenging, or there more potential there for sustaining peace work? Thank you.
All right, I have two more questions to collect. So we start from here.
Hi, Christine Bell, University of Edinburgh. They were just sort of questions for information. I suppose I wanted to know from Cameron's presentation, I was just interested about the stats from Russia and whether there was, to what extent there was open access to source like Wikipedia within Russia. And then I suppose I had lots of questions for Elizabeth, and I'll probably get to ask those in the more informal bits. But I suppose the initial one was really who has access to the data and how do they get access? Any lawyers, just some lawyers? And what if it wasn't a trial but some other one? And thirdly, do the individuals who took the photo get access back? Can they access their own data? Thanks.
All right, thank you. And final question.
Yeah, hi, my name is Lisa Glebchenko. I'm from Tampere University, and I'm doing a PhD in visual PeaceTech. So especially Elizabeth's talk was very interesting, and I have some questions to you. The first one is whether there have been any experiences, or you can share strategies about what happens when, for example, somebody having this app goes through a Russian filtration camp. And then another one is that there are quite a few initiatives on the Ukrainian side about different, for example, chatbots to report crimes against humanity and war crimes and crimes against the environment. So how does this app sort of fit into this ecosystem of similar initiatives, or if there are some collaborations? And the third one is I'm actually installing this eyewitness to atrocities because I thought it was very interesting. And now I'm at this stage where I have to pick how to disguise it. And one of the examples is the actual logo, but then a calculator, and then the others are somehow camera photo visualization app. And if I choose that, then I guess there would be interest to that anyway at a filtration camp or in any other checkpoint. So what was kind of the logic behind like disguising it, but also not disguising it so much because it's still a visualization tool? Thank you.
All right, so quite a few questions. Can I ask you to be as concise as possible so that, because we will finish this panel around, as Michele announced before, around 4. So we have quite a lot of substance to go through after that. So please try to be as concise as possible in answering the questions.
Okay, I hope I've got them all, but anyway, we're around for the next day and a half, so please come find me if I haven't answered your question. On other examples, Congo is one, Palestine is one. I think it's been used in 122 something countries, so that's on that. So that I think a couple of questions around, well, you're not the only one, and there are other things out there, and how does that, you know, is that a problem? Is there too much noise? So there is, as I said in my presentation, there are many things out there capturing this information. The difference of this is that this is information which has got to be the quality that a court needs, right? So there are not, to my knowledge, there's nothing that actually takes that information and effectively locks it in a locker until it comes out the other end to be looked at by lawyers. So it cannot be tampered. And that chain of custody piece is really, really important and is what makes this different to everything else. That being said, everything else has its place as well, right? Because it's not just about winning in court, it's about public opinion and everything else. So everything has its place, it's an ecosystem. This is just one piece that helps in a very specific area. And we worked with, for example, the International Criminal Court and human rights lawyer experts to make sure that the way we're capturing, storing and protecting that evidence is acceptable for court. So we have, if you like, the seal approval from the International Criminal Court. In terms of who gets to look at the information, so it's a physical check, so they have to go, so it is the Human Rights Panel of the International Bar Association. So these are lawyers, expert in human rights. There are only, I think, between 40 and 50 who are allowed to look at this information, and they have to do it from the access of the place. They have to physically go to the place and work on it. In terms of, do people keep the data that they that is theirs? Yes, they can, but it's up to them how they want to do that. Because to your point, security is really important. We cannot guarantee it is total security. No organization or app can do that. But we do as much as we can, including if you wish to choose, you get that the information is uploaded and then gone from your phone. To your point about visually, I don't know. I assumed there were lots of choices. One thing I would say, any of you who are trying to download this from an iPhone, you won't be able to. Now, the good news is in Ukraine, 90% of people use Androids, not iPhone. But because of the relationship Apple has with its content, we can't, that chain of custody would be destroyed, because Apple needs to see, if you put an app into the iStore, they need to have the right to see the content. The minute we give them the right, even if they never look at it, it destroys that chain of custody. So it's only on an Android if you're trying to look at it on the iPhone. But if those disguises are not good enough, I'll feed that back, because that's a really good practical piece of information. We're continually improving and trying to make it better. So that's really useful. As I say, if you go to a checkpoint, you can choose to have nothing on your phone. So there's nothing to see. But if the visuals aren't good enough, as I say, I'll feed them back. And any practical help you have to make it better, just let us know, because we're continually improving it. I think that's everything. Over to you.
Awesome. So thanks for the questions. Just briefly, about using the data to anticipate conflicts or to anticipate sort of stuff happening, that this is something that we actually do. With Russia, there was, of course, a lot of advance notice that things were happening. But again, we do as much as we can, but the problem is, there's so many communities, there's so many users that we have to rely on this decentralized, bit where the individual communities would let us know, hey, I'm seeing this kind of stuff, or we're seeing this kind of stuff, or journalists might write an article or something like that. And that's where the weaponizing trust can be problematic, because if there's a sort of state capture of a community, let's say Italian Wikipedia gets captured, they're not going to notify us, and there's only, so many people who work at the foundation who can also be language experts. So there's a bit of a bottleneck there, but we do try to keep ahead of stuff. We've gotten ahead of a few things in the past. And to your question about Wikipedia is not blocked in Russia. It's one of the, there's two Western quote unquote or open resources that aren't blocked, and Wikipedia is one of them. So that's why it's been such a target for Russian authorities.
All right, thank you very much. So thanks to all that asked questions. I would invite also for the next round anybody else who wants to ask questions. We have some students here in the room. We have some of our young African leader program fellows that have joined us for this conference. So it would be also good to know and to hear your voice. Now we go into the second part. Chris Fabian cannot be with us, unfortunately. So he was in the program, but he would not be able to speak because of the last minute commitment. He cannot turn down. So what I propose is that we listen to a first of two videos that we have from Stephen Killeley from the Institute for Economics and Peace, and then we will hear from Helena Puig Larrauri from Build Up, and then we will open up to questions again.
It's my pleasure to be here talking at the conference. And when I was thinking about it before giving this presentation, when I realised just the remit, when you're looking about technology and peace, it's such a broad subject. And as I was thinking hard, what I thought I'd do is just start by looking at some of the varied areas which we could say is related to technology and peace. Because I think technology is used right through every day of our lives. And even when we don't realise we're using it for peace, we actually are. So I guess the first area, and the one which we'd use a lot of at the Institute for Economics and Peace, is statistical analysis, particularly around data sets related to peace and data sets related to conflict. Also, you've got geospatial data for better understanding, let's say, things like refugee movements, other types of the data related to conflict. You've got real-time crowdsourcing these days for gathering intelligence. Examples of that actually more recently with the Ukraine war. There's been a massive shift in the way intelligence is gathered. Today, it's crowdsourced by individuals like you and me out there in their villages or in their towns or their cities, gathering information, sharing it through publicly available sources. And so it's shared real time and instantaneously, very, very different than the way intelligence was gathered, let's say, a decade ago. You've also got the rise of misinformation. We can see that popping up in many, many different ways. We've got AI intelligence coming through, and we're seeing that used in many, many, many different ways, but just one of the ways it could be used is for the deployment and planning of peacekeeping operations to make them better adapted to the specific environments in which they're operating. You can even see technology coming into the better capture of water, ways of being able to now capture water at a micro level. And the beauty of this is what we find is that lack of water, lack of food is intimately connected with conflict. So actually building applications and technologies which can better capture water are also building peace. We've got collaborative platforms which we can see used for, let's say, training and communicating peace building techniques. They're cropping up more and more all the time. You've got satellite imagery. You can use the satellite imagery now to look at where the agricultural land is degraded or where it's improving. You can look for drought, and you can also start to look for the beginning signs of famine. And again, you can address the problems before they arise to increase peace. You've got statistical analysis for understanding the drivers which create peace, something we do a lot of at the Institute for Economics and Peace. You could capture data from remote devices. This could be for geological data. It could be for data tracking where different events happen. It might be where you've installed infrastructure so you can better understand and map how you've deployed assets globally. So now, if we look at the Institute for Economics and Peace, let's look at the way we use technology there. We've currently got over 50,000 different data sets, indexes, attitudinal surveys, which we use to develop the different products which we've got. These products include things like the Global Peace Index, the Global Terrorism Index, Ecological Threat Report, Positive Peace and the Positive Peace Index, cost of violence, the global economy, and also the benefits which business gains from peace. Without technology and good programming, this couldn't happen. We literally do a lot of training online too. So far, through the portals we've trained 70,000 people online in the last couple of years. And look, I'm even talking to you today through this computer, and that is again an advent of modern technology. In a lot of the development projects we do through my family foundation, we use geocoding. We use that when we're saying let's deploying assets. So it might be something like we're building a sand dam, so we can then look at a map from the sky to understand exactly where we've built the dams and how far they're apart coming down a river. It might be the deployment of pumps which were put into different areas, or even you can use it to track family gardens which you put in to develop fresh vegetables. In some places in the world, we've done that for 20,000 different families. And so being able to track that really helps. We use geocoded data sets to track violent demonstrations, conflict deaths, terrorism attacks, and much more. We can overlay those different data sets to see the interrelationships between all those different events. Satellite imagery, we use that for a better understanding of changes in water resources and yields for agricultural food. We've got mathematical modelling for the better understanding for mapping societal resilience, which we use then to understand which countries are likely to be the most fragile as we move forward. If we look forward, there are many, many emerging trends which we can see with technology and peace, but I just might focus on three just for simplicity. The first one's the use of quantum computers, and currently engaged with one of the leading technologies in the world in that area. We're going to have cheap, pervasive, low-orbit satellite coverage. That'll give the ability now for people in all parts of the world to be able to deal in data in high bandwidth and very, very cheaply. And that'll transform the landscape in places like, let's say, Africa or parts of Asia or South Asia. Now, one of the other areas which is coming, and we're doing some work in this area already, is that computers are going to be able to accurately determine people's emotional state. Well, that's without any input from the user. And so these are just three, but technology has had such a profound influence on our lives, and it's really not going to stop as we move forward. So I hope you enjoy the conference. I think it's going to be excellent, and thank you for listening to me.
And hopefully so. We hope it's going to be excellent. And I think this presentation has helped us also move in the direction of mapping the technologies that are emerging and looking into emerging use cases. And so an introduction to the second part of the panel, where we have one speaker that is connected with online, and it's Helena Puig-Larrauri. And I hope, Helena, you can hear as well. And Helena works and is a co-founder at Build Up, and so she really is bringing us the hands-on experience of a community and a conference, as it defines itself, that really tries to spread the word and build a common understanding on how to build peace. How to build is actually how to build up your website, and I like very much the fact that you chose that URL and that motto. Helena, I give you the floor for your presentation, and then we'll take questions for you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Andrea. And thank you all for having me remotely today. Can I just check that you can hear me okay? I've been on silent all this time.
Yes, we can hear well.
Yep. Okay, wonderful. So as Andrea said, I'm the co-founder and strategy lead of Build Up, and I've been working in PeaceTech for over a decade at this point. The first time I worked on I think what we would now call a PeaceTech project, I was at the UN. I was running a peace building program on the border between what is now Sudan and South Sudan. And then I spent a few years advising various organizations that were trying to introduce technology into their peace building work. And in 2014, I organized a gathering, which turned into an international conference on peace building and technology at MIT. That was the first Build Peace conference, which Andrea is what you just mentioned. And that's a conference that still runs, and some of you have attended, which I think is kind of becoming a community of practice around digital peace building or peace tech. That same year in 2014, I co-founded Build Up, and I'm going to briefly say what we do, but I want to actually offer 4 questions that I have about PeaceTech. But just very briefly, at Build Up, we've got 3 program areas. The first one is what we call participatory processes, where we work with organizations or institutions that want to use technology to increase participation and inclusion in various peace processes. So for example, right now, we're working with the Electoral Commission of Puntland to support the use of biometrics in the voter registration process in Puntland, and also various other technologies for voter education. Our second program area is what we call the Peace Innovation program area, where we work with local peace builders around the world to look at their peace building programs and think how technology can increase the impact of their work. So right now, for example, we're working with a cohort of peace builders across Yemen and Syria, providing training, mentoring, some small grants so they can pilot initiatives. And the third area of our work is what we call digital conflict, where we essentially look at how conflict plays out in digital spaces. This is largely on social media at the moment, although there are other things we're thinking about. So for example, right now, we're working in Tanzania to analyze how narratives about violent extremism are playing out and what can be done to counter those narratives. As I said, I won't be speaking much about our work. I just wanted to give a sense of where we come from. But my colleague Christelle is in the room, and she can share more about all of our program areas. She'll also be running one of the workshops tomorrow afternoon on tools for PeaceTech with various other participants. And she will be actually sharing the open source tools that we have developed to support our social media listening work. So I'm not going to say more about that because you can talk to her about that. What I wanted to do with the rest of the time that you've offered me is to just raise 4 questions regarding PeaceTech from my experience over the past decade and that I'm holding currently. The first one is whether, rather than considering technology as a tool for peace, we should instead consider technology as part of the conflict ecosystem. I think something that came up in the first speaker's presentation as well. I think for a while, at least when we started working in this field, we really thought of technology as just a tool. We thought what matters is how you choose to use it. So a little bit like what on the topic map that was circulated was talked of as dual use technology. So let's consider what the peace building uses of technology are. And I think over time, we've changed our tune significantly and started to think that digital technologies are really changing how we experience the world in ways that can be determinant to conflict drivers. And so to give one example, and I want to run with this example, we can think about the role of misinformation and polarization on social media. That's something we think about quite a lot, and how that affects identity formation, recruitment into armed groups, trust building in a peace process. And this is a fairly obvious example that I think we all know about. And I think to continue with this example of social media, if we think about social media or this technology as an ecosystem, then we begin to think that this might inform how we think about the use of technology. It's not a level playing field when algorithms are stacked to increase engagement, and the increase in engagement pushes further polarizing content. This is very much the work that Christelle will be sharing in the workshop and much of our digital conflict work. But this can also inform how we think about regulation. We don't just need to think about the regulation of content, which is what a lot of the sort of content moderation policies focused on, but also about algorithmic bias, auditing algorithms. This is some work that we've been doing with Ashoka recently, looking at how the construct of surveillance capitalism is creating incentives for digital conflict. It can also inform how we think about education on technology. So it's not often when we think about digital literacy programs in the context of peace building, We think about how to use technology in ways that promote peace messaging. But what we've begun to understand is that it's equally important for local peace builders to understand where they are placed in this digital ecosystem, how narratives are forming around them and who is pushing those narratives. We did some training recently in partnership with UNHCR with South Sudanese refugees in Uganda, and that was the part of the training that most resonated with them. It wasn't the peace messaging part, it was the understanding where they are placed in this ecosystem. I've used the example of social media, but I think there are other specific technologies that are also affecting how we experience the world. And this shift is in thinking of technology as an ecosystem, I think is important to how we think about PeaceTech. I really like the way that Michele and Calypso suggest this in their paper on global PeaceTech, the working paper that was also circulated, as an understanding of PeaceTech that uses technopolitics as its starting point, for which tech is neither good nor bad nor neutral, but deeply political. I think that's the first question that I hold. Second question that I hold is about what technologies convenings like this one puts an emphasis on. When there's a global conference on tech and peace, I think the focus can sometimes be a bit too much on high tech, although I've been proven wrong in the opening remarks today, so I'm very happy about that. But I still want to say this. I think that we really need to keep a focus on low tech. I think that mass messaging or the ability to create films easily are as important and as transformational as the existence of virtual reality as a tool. VR in a lot of the places where we work is unaffordable for the additional value added. Mass SMS campaigns, WhatsApp bots, ease in producing films, that is really transformational. I can tell you, for example, that right now, working with the Electoral Commission in Puntland on voter education, what we're focusing on is short films that can be distributed over a WhatsApp bot. That's what's really transforming voter education. When we supported the Office of the Special Envoy to the Secretary General in Yemen to try to include more women in the peace process, we didn't try to set up some fancy VR room where they could participate. We just had consultations over WhatsApp because that's what was accessible and deployable. I think this also comes up for me a lot when people talk about artificial intelligence or about big data. AI in most of the work that we do is just a fancy filter, and big data is really not that big. I think there are lots of examples that we can think of where that is clear. The question that we ask at Build Up internally is, can you do this with a spreadsheet and pivot tables? And if the answer is yes, then you don't need AI or machine learning or big data technologies. And I think in general, that question translates in our work to, can we really think about the design of the process first to clearly define the function that the technology is playing in this peace process, and then look at tools so that we keep the focus clear. My last two questions, Andrea, I promise are quite short, so I won't take up a lot more time. One is, I think that it's important to keep in mind who leads PeaceTech and why that matters. And this is somewhat connected to the questions above about high tech versus low tech. We've seen over the past decade a lot of hackathons for peace, a lot of solutions and builds that happen in the North and are applied to the global South. And I think that can be very dangerous. We all know in this room why that's the case. There's a lot of work happening in PeaceTech that does not get internationally recognized or funded because it doesn't make it into rooms like this. And I'm really pleased to hear Michele acknowledge that in the opening remarks. So I guess the question for us all is, who's in the room today and what does that say about PeaceTech and global PeaceTech? And then the sort of final question is also connected to that, which is, where does PeaceTech matter? If those of you in the room today are mostly from the global North, then what PeaceTech is needed at home? At Build Up, we've been looking at polarization online in the context of the US and more recently Europe, not Ukraine, but other parts of Europe, and designing peace-building interventions there. This is not to say that we should ignore North-South collaboration, but rather that it does need to be true collaboration, rather than extraction for research or experimentation for innovation. So how do we make the conversation in the next 2 days one that does not exalt conflicts in the South and ignore conflicts in the North? So those are my 4 questions about PeaceTech that I'm currently holding. How do we bring technopolitics into PeaceTech so we can understand technology as part of the conflict ecosystem? What technologies are we emphasizing, and is that appropriate? Who leads PeaceTech and why does that matter? And how do we ensure this is a collaboration on what PeaceTech brings to the table globally? I really wish I were there to continue the conversation over the coming days, and always happy to connect remotely to keep talking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena, and I'm sure that these questions resonate with many of you as being some of the foundational questions that will be part of our work in these 2 days. So let me see if anyone wants to provide comments on these questions at this stage, let me see if anyone is willing to raise a name tag and ask a question to Elena or reply. Yes, please go ahead. Yes, your microphone works now. Okay, perfect.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, Helena. How are you? It's great to see you, and what a great set of questions that you threw onto the table for us at the start of this conference. I was really fascinated to hear you talk about now thinking about PeaceTech outside of the global south applications or conflict zone applications, and starting to think about how we should infuse a PeaceTech frame of mind in the West, in the US especially. This has really resonated with us given the polarization that's been happening there. And we launched a series of tech trainings called Road to Equal Justice across the United States. And I was just wondering whether you have any lessons for us in your experience about trying to apply PeaceTech in Western cultures, and because there's a kind of a snobbery. This is tech emanated from the Valley, tech emanated from the capital cities and so forth, but I am quite sure we learned in our work on election violence that there were so many lessons that could be brought back to the US to try to prevent election violence from other countries. I'm wondering what your thinking is there.
Elena, I will collect one other question. I think there are a question there. And let me see if anybody else has questions or comments. No. So we'll have one more question and then I'll let you reply, okay?
Hi, my name is Celine Dilemlilo. I am a young African fellow, at the EUI, but I'm based in South Africa. I hope I'm audible. I'm based in South Africa at the African Center for Migration and Society at the University of the Witwatersrand. So mine is not a question, it's a comment. I particularly appreciated your point on basically ensuring that we are exploring different, peace methods or technologies that we're adopting when we're working around issues of conflict. Speaking particularly working around issues of xenophobic violence in South Africa. I manage a project called XenoWatch, and basically we monitor xenophobic violence, and we aim to serve as an early warning platform. So initially when we started, we built this app and also this online platform that's on our website where people can actually report incidents and threats of violence. And we feed this information to law enforcement to try and prevent violence. So in cases where violence has occurred, we share this with organizations like UNHCR, IOM, or MSF to intervene. But I think what we're finding was that this high-end technology wasn't really working within the context of the people that we're working with, because it's disadvantaged communities. That's where violence most likely takes place. And we find that the most effective tool was actually WhatsApp. We actually had different reporting mechanisms. So that included the app, the platform, free SMS, email and stuff. But WhatsApp was actually the most effective ways in which people were reporting, because our application was actually not user-friendly, because when someone is actually in distress and in need of care, they don't have time to be filling up a survey or answering questions. It's just easier to send like a picture and a voice note to say, there's an attack in Soweto, houses are being burned down, please send help. So it's just a comment to just appreciate that sometimes we think that the most sophisticated technology actually works, but actually contextualizing it and going back to the basic might be actually the most effective way to get more reporting and get people to engage with these various platforms of,
Thank you. I have one final question, sorry. In the meanwhile, Lisa raised her name tag as well. So can I ask you to ask very quickly your question, so that Helena has a few minutes to reply, and then we have a final video and then final coffee, okay?
Yeah, thank you for accommodating this question too. It's half a wondering, half a comment, and I was thinking about, like you mentioned, this very resonating to my work, kind of distinction between high tech and low tech, and I was thinking, especially now with helping Ukraine through technological initiatives, because according to the Good Country Index, which measures contributions of countries in comparison to their size to global development, Ukraine is #1 contributor to development of technology and science. And now as Ukrainians are basically everywhere, and also diaspora and displaced, driving initiatives to support Ukraine, including through tech, what would it mean, in your opinion, for rethinking what is actually high tech and low tech? Because for a Ukrainian, like we grow up with like lots more technology, and I speak to that as a Ukrainian as well. And then in my practical work in Finland, where I'm based, with trying to help Ukrainians through technology as well, I kind of have noticed some of these obstacles where some of the initiatives we would come up with would not necessarily speak to the overall levels of digitalization in the country where we're trying to implement this, and then just everyday digital habits of foreigners. And this has been quite an obstacle, and I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So a comment would be nice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Lisa, over to you, Elena.
I'm not going to take them in order, but just quickly, I wanted to say on the speaker who mentioned XenoWatch and switching people over to WhatsApp as a means for reporting. One of the things that we found, I just wanted to make this comment as well, is that people tend not to think about essentially the barrier of onboarding people to new technologies, and how in the design of a peace process or a peace building process of whatever kind that you're working on, this is critical, right? So if people already trust WhatsApp, even if you have issues with how WhatsApp is run, that's where they're going to go, right? And I think that's critical. And I think to the last person who asked about, contextualizing what high tech and low tech means, I really love this. I think I was being a little simplistic in the interest of time, but I think the main point I wanted to make was to not get caught up on what technologies sound flashier, but really consider what technologies are most relevant to the context. So for example, I happen to think that biometric voter registration is highly relevant in the context of Somalia, because it's a leapfrogging technology. So that's not me advocating for low tech in that case, if you see what I mean, but it's the sort of the adequacy of the technology. I don't know Ukraine well enough to comment on that, but that would be my sort of approach to that. And then Sheldon, it's so good to see you. And I just want to say there's so many known faces in this room. Every time the camera spans, I'm like, oh, look who's there. So thank you for your question. And I feel you might be the expert when it comes to how PeaceTech lands in the US. I think you know that we've tried to do some work also in the context of the US. And I would say one of the lessons that we're learning is that there is almost like a language barrier. So the people who are working on what we would call PeaceTech don't call themselves people working on PeaceTech. So I feel like there's some kind of definition or language work that we have to do. And I know that the Alliance for Peace Building is doing some work on that already. So that's one thing that was coming up for me as you spoke. But I do think that when it comes to content, the content of interventions and the approaches, things like how do we translate nonviolent communications to social media platforms, that's something that resonates with a lot of people, a lot of activists in the US, working, including, for example, in the racial justice movement. So I do think there's a lot of space for collaboration. We had a really interesting workshop on at the Build Peace conference that just happened on digital peace building in Europe. And one of the things that was coming up was what can European peace builders learn about dialogue online and digital dialogue from places like Colombia, that have had a long history of trying to bring people together online. Yeah, there's more to say there, but that's a starting answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. And this is super fascinating and interesting. And I think we're all now regretting not having you with us here, because you would have been bombarded with questions. So maybe next time, think twice before you come. No, you've been bombarded with questions during the coffee break and the cocktail this evening, and on and on. But so thanks again. Between us and coffee, it's a 5-minute video, 6-minute video from the UNDP Chief Digital Officer, Robert Opp, and then we will all go for coffee.
Don't run away, because we have a group picture at the coffee break, and you need to follow Julia. Julia, make yourself visible.
She's there.
That's Julia. So video, we follow Julia for the group picture, get fresh air, coffee, and we come back for a very lively discussion of what is PeaceTech. So that's the plan.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today, even if it's only by video. The topics being discussed at this meeting are some of the most relevant issues facing humanity right now. There's no question digital technology is one of the most fundamental drivers of change this century. It's reshaping economies, governments, and civil society. We know, therefore, that digital technology has tremendous potential to accelerate our progress toward achieving the SDGs, including, for example, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And in the area of e-justice, for example, we know that the programs worldwide are starting to expand the access to justice and enhance transparency. For example, in Palestine, UNDP has supported a platform called Mizan, a digital court case management system that engages 100,000 Palestinians each year. That system is now going on to be expanded to cover other services. E-government services in general are improving the accessibility, efficiency, and accountability of public services to citizens. The COVID pandemic revealed quite clearly that countries with more established digital infrastructure and service platforms were able to respond quicker and more effectively to the crisis and continue providing essential services to citizens. Digital public services have certainly made a difference in the current crisis in Ukraine, where the government is leveraging their public e-service platform, DIA, to implement new digital public services like registering damaged property and monitoring internally displaced people. Digital technologies are also opening new ways to exercise our human rights, such as freedom of expression and access to information. New citizen engagement platforms are helping to connect civil society groups, promote accountability in public works, or simply just give new channels for people to express their sentiments directly to government. We're currently working in this space on something called the Tech for Democracy initiative, which is led by the Danish government. And in that initiative, we formed multiple action coalitions with civil society organizations, big tech partners, and academia to collaborate on key digital issues and support the implementation of pro-democracy technology in developing countries. An example of this is a platform that we at UNDP developed. It's called iVerify, and it's an AI-enabled misinformation detection tool. It supports fact-checking in the lead up to elections and has been successfully implemented in Honduras, Zambia, and Kenya. It's important, however, to realize that digital technology also brings a number of challenges and risks. And perhaps one of the biggest ones is another learning from the COVID-19 pandemic around the urgency and importance of the digital divide and how critical it is that we extend meaningful internet access to everyone. 2.7 billion people still do not have access to the internet, and over 95% of those people live in developing countries. In a way, the digital divide has become the new face of global inequality and can potentially cause major social disruptions. I'm really glad to see that Chris Fabian and the Giga Initiative are part of the PeaceTech meeting today, as I know that will be an important discussion to have around universal connectivity. The digital technology also introduces risks such as erosion of privacy and, of course, mis and disinformation, which I've already mentioned. And it can lead to severe human rights abuses and further exclusion of marginalized communities. Over the past few years, the Human Rights Council has made it clear that all human rights need to be respected both offline and online. But as more societies gradually increase, or maybe not so gradually, rapidly increase their use of digital, we need to ensure that we follow a people-centered approach to technology. This is one of the reasons why at UNDP, our digital strategy puts inclusion and human rights at the center of the work that we do, in order to ensure that no one is left behind. We advocate for responsible use and governance of technology and data based within a holistic ecosystem approach. That is, whole of society, inclusive digital transformation. We're working with over 40 countries on inclusive digital transformation and more countries on the responsible use of technology solutions in general. One example of this is that we are supporting countries such as Moldova, Senegal, Mauritania, and Kenya to develop data governance frameworks that support the safe, responsible, and inclusive use of data in policymaking. We're taking the knowledge we gain in this and codifying it into an interactive playbook on data-driven policymaking, which will be available freely and globally. We're also working with our UN partners, such as UNESCO and ITU, on the Interagency Working Group on Artificial Intelligence, which has already issued a set of principles on the ethical use of AI within the UN system. But we're going beyond that now to look at how do we build an AI readiness assessment that can support governments in their use of artificial intelligence. In closing, I'd simply like to recognize that an inclusive approach to deploying and governing technology responsibly needs engagement from all parts of society, including governments, private sector, civil society, academia, and citizens, to co-develop a digital future that will benefit everyone. The Global PeaceTech Conference is an important initiative that is very much in line with this approach. I am truly sorry that I'm not able to be there in person, but I trust that your discussions will be fruitful, and I look forward to hearing the results from the conference. Thank you very much.
And thanks to Robert. Obviously, he cannot hear us, but I think he's been quite supportive of the initiative, and we hope that really we can have him in the future occasions with us. I think for the reasons that we have discussed, also having UNDP being in a supportive mode with initiatives that try to bring together different players in the global PeaceTech ecosystem, if you allow me the sometimes overused term, is very important. Now that said, we break as according to the strict rules provided by Michele. We follow, we take the group picture, and then we have a chat. So for those of you that want coffee, there'll be coffee. So let's reconvene in some 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we are starting this second session of our Global PeaceTech Conference. This session will be around definitions of PeaceTech and Global PeaceTech. So we will have the core partners of the Global PeaceTech Hub presenting. We are 30 minutes late if you look at the schedule, but so I will kindly ask the presenters to be very short, including myself. And I will give the floor to the core partners of the Global PeaceTech Hub, the partners with which we started the initiative, which are the Governance Lab, NYU, and the Institute for Social Ethics from the University of Lucerne. Calypso Nicolaidis, Chair in Global Affairs at the School of Transnational Governance, will start with myself around this working paper that was mentioned before. I will then give the floor to Andrea Renda, Professor of Digital Policy at STG, Stéphane Verhulst, co-founder of the Governance Lab, and Uma Kalkar, researcher at the Governance Lab, and then a short presentation of the mapping we prepared with Lucia Bozoer, which is project associate at the Global PeaceTech Hub, and she's also involved in the chair in AI and democracy here at the UI. And finally, we will close with a short presentation from Evelyn Tauchnitz from the University of Lucerne on some ethical reflections on the connection between global PeaceTech, human rights, and ethics. So we should start immediately. I just want to say that, as I was mentioning before, many of you might come here with their own idea of PeaceTech, and this is an open space for debating the idea of PeaceTech, because you've been studying this for quite a long time. So let's be open and let's have a honest conversation. without, being respectful, of course, but also we want really to have a lively discussion. So don't hesitate to take the floor and give your honest thoughts on what is going on here with the conceptualization of the global PeaceTech. So with that word, I will leave it to Calypso Nicolaidis for the first part of the presentation.
Thanks, Michele. And indeed, Michele and I have been working on this for quite a while. I mean, you will be forgiven if you haven't really gone through this paper that we sent out, because it's long and sprawling and the product of a long time of research and thinking. But there we just try to kind of put forward what we mean, what we want to mean together by global PeaceTech. And I'll start, and then Michele will take over. And in the discussion we already had, we've already discussed the fact that technology is clearly at a crossroad, and a lot of the examples have already come out in the discussion with the Ukraine war, cyber warfare, deep fakes, drone assassins, and indeed beyond the Ukraine war, how all these technologies of war have reverberated around the world in local and more trans-border conflicts, and the weaponization of information has been mentioned many times already. So we know this is the universe we live in. And the question before us is how can we, in this era, we all understand that we are in an interregnum, in a technological interregnum, where this new world is still struggling to be born, and where there are dangers of monsters emerging and sprawling humanity. So, tech weaponization, we've discussed it. This is the end of peaceful, if it was ever peaceful, because globalization was economic violence too. But of course, what we are saying together is that, yes, technologies of connectivity, as Alex said, have become tools of power politics. On peace is with us, where technology is weaponized, but what we are all about is that PeaceTech initiatives around the world are balancing this process. And so what is the global context and the interconnected context in which this is happening? And when we ask this question, we can, of course, list the technology for hope and the technological threat, the technologies of fear, in all these different incarnations. We don't need to go over all of this list that is so familiar to all of us. But part of the question perhaps we need to discuss is how the two sides relate. Are they just balancing each other? And what we see with Michele is this tipping model that very often, both for individual technologies and settings and context, and overall, very often going from one side to another is quite sudden. It's not an incremental, and we heard the stories already. So in this context, what is PeaceTech? And of course, it's not for me to say to so many of you here. We can look at PeaceTech through all of the examples that we are going to discuss together. And this is a very busy, very busy slide that we're gonna share. But the key for us is, okay, if we go, for instance, to PeaceTech Lab, you can look at it as a mobilizer of technologies that tackle drivers of conflict, providers of products and services to address these relationships, a set of tools, but perhaps above all for us, a movement of actors around effective grassroots conflict prevention using PeaceTech. So this is all building to an emerging body of practices and indeed a definition that includes the traditional tools that you may have first thought of, but also includes more unusual tools. And partly this story is about our imaginations and enlarging our imaginary horizons. So against this very familiar backdrop, then, how do we define global PeaceTech, the global in the PeaceTech? And the definition we offer in the paper is really from our academic viewpoint. And after all, we are here at EUI. Partly what we are hoping to kind of leverage is the hub power of an institution that is the only, treaty-based university with the UN University 102, and that is really a bridge, has been traditionally over the last 45 years of its existence, a bridge between European institutions and academia, but very much looking to decenter its gaze. And we heard in the previous panels the brilliant comments on this, so that we're no longer this institution from the north or the west, giving lessons to the rest of the world, and not even just trying to address the digital divide, but just asking what can we learn from the rest of the world when we're here, in Florence. But still, nevertheless, we retain the fact that our identity is academic. It's about a field of analysis. And this field of analysis is applied to all processes connecting local and global practices aimed at achieving social and political peace through the responsible use of frontier technologies. And we insist on this word, responsible. This very simple definition, which we can break down both conceptually. It's about creating a novel and emergent academic framework that connects really tech for good and international relations study. That is the patterns of global change. And within that, at the intersection between peace studies and transnational governance, whatever that means, which is itself a challenge, but about policy innovation. So, but prescriptively, of course, we then want to work together on all of the ways in which concrete solutions, technological-based innovations can be leveraged and connected at a global level. Now, this is very much an interdisciplinary field. This is why we tend to use the term international studies rather than international relations, because there's all of these subfields that are so relevant and many others, and it's not always easy for our young students, who are here, and it's wonderful to see so many of my students in the room, because, they're taught still to this day around disciplines for the academics around the room, and what we're doing is iconoclastic, and it doesn't really fit in the departments, including in EUI department, but any of the departments. We're starting to have a conversation at coffee break on that. So how do we deal with this? There's issues of academic strategies, oops, did you move something? And so if you look at this from an international studies viewpoint, and again, my students will be familiar with this triangle, but we always want to take any issue, any technology, any context of global peace tech in the middle of this triangle, which is always one way or another about existing power constellations and asymmetries, and indeed between states, corporations, agents for change. Then the extent to which interests actually converge or diverge, but to what extent we can nudge these by creating new incentives, and indeed the role of ideas and immaterial factors, and again, what kind of norms are emergent or are lacking and being needed. And so this is my last slide. Michele and I in the paper connect with our traditional debates in international studies and how they deploy themselves in the field of tech, including from this very kind of simple opposition between a world of techno-determinism, the idea that somehow technology drives the international system as a force multiplier or depleter, that we live in global risk society and that's the be-all and end-all, I mean, some tech, which of course we can critique as tech essentialism, but on the other hand, we have technological instrumentalism, constructivism in IR. We say, oh, well, technology, throwing my hands up, that's what actors make of it. It's all about how we mediate the norms. So we go through these different schools, and we're not going to do this, realism, constructivism, all our isms, liberalisms, and how they adjudicate between those. But just as a backdrop to how we want to think about the role of PeaceTech. And of course, as was already mentioned, I think by Elena earlier, our take, and I think the take of many of you around the table, yes, can be described as technopolitics. The idea that tech is deeply political, and if it is, then the challenge for us is to bring individual and collective agency back into the picture that we are exploring together.
So we divided our research journey in 3 steps, in 3 phases, mapping, assessment, and policy recommendation. We're currently at stage 1, so mapping, and what we did is mapping PeaceTech initiatives around the world, and we will talk more about that with Lucia later. And we hope that we will be able to get to stage 2 and stage 3, but for us, really the starting point was about creating both a concept mapping that Stefan and Uma and Andrea will talk about later, and also a mapping of everything that was done in the PeaceTech area, of course building on the mappings that were already available online and from the Research Institute. So this is the mapping we've done, and we will illustrate later. So the analysis and assessment in terms of methods, when this mapping is done and the mapping is there, next step will be to analyze a different level, as you can see, these PeaceTech initiatives. So to understand what works, what doesn't work, and this involves both reflections on the tech use, so what kind of technological applications we have there, but also how these technologies affect the actors involved, and as a last step, of course, what kind of legislative and regulatory framework can help a peaceful use of these technologies, which will lead to a third step. We really hope that this program can have an impact, and this impact will be both for investment in PeaceTech that works, of course, on innovation and regulation, but also on transformation with the pilot projects like this one, and prototyping and scaling what it's already out there. So that's the impact, as I was explaining. So accelerate new ideas, contribute to tech regulation for goods, and orient impactful investments. So that's the framework, and we can talk more about it later, but I will leave it immediately to Stefan. Yes, for second part, which is the topic mapping. So they looked for PeaceTech out there, and I will let Stefan, Andrea, and Uma tell you what they discovered.
Great, thanks so much for this presentation, and thanks so much for having us. And we are delighted to be one of the partners in this endeavor, because I do believe that it's essential to start understanding what is meant by PeaceTech in order to then subsequently to harvest it, but also to steer it in a way that actually provides the benefits, and it provides also the evidence that underpins the assumptions that are quite often aligned with PeaceTech in itself. And so what we were asked to do was really a topic mapping, and a topic mapping is something that we tend to do more and more at GovLab, especially if we're getting asked in order to develop some kind of participatory research agendas. I mean, what are the questions that matter, and how should we start prioritizing this? And in order to even start answering and developing a participatory research agenda, you actually need to know what is the animal, what is the topic that we are seeking to deconstruct. And so what we tried to do was develop a topic mapping. And the first thing, the disclaimer that I will need to say is that we don't consider this topic mapping perfect nor complete, but it is a first draft, and I hope all of you will be part of improving the topic mapping that we currently have. And how we would like you to think about it is that look at the topic mapping as we presented, and if you feel you're not included, then obviously we might have forgotten something. And if you feel we have over-included something that actually doesn't belong in it, also let us know, because it is important to have an understanding on what's in and what's out, so that we at least have a way to actually then define the field without, anyway, clear boundaries, because this is a evolving field. As already was seen, meaning should we include elections, should we include which lead to polarization, which leads to conflict, and so on. But I think it is important to at least start understanding how we go about it. Now, at GovLab, and I'm not going to go into detail here, we developed a distinctive kind of methodology to do those topic mappings, and we've developed several topic mappings in several areas. We call it the R-search methodology because it's really based upon a rapid research of actually what are the fields. But again, what could be the value of a topic mapping, and why is a topic mapping important? Is because a topic mapping, first of all, starts to provide an ontology of actually what is PeaceTech. Right? If you ever want to develop, for instance, a tagging system around PeaceTech, you need a topic mapping to actually try to understand how are we going to tag what this is part of and how does it relate with other elements. If you ever want to develop a taxonomy of PeaceTech, you need to have a topic mapping in order to develop that ontology. So that's the first reason why it's important to start working together on a topic mapping. The other one is actually, once you have a topic mapping, you can then actually start understanding what's the current state of play. You can start doing a systematic review of all those topics, what is actually known. I mean, I'm always shocked that especially in the tech space, it's always about more technology, less about what's the evidence of actually the use of the technology. And if we start using a topic mapping to map what is known with regard to certain kinds of technologies, then we will understand what is the current evidence, but also we will be able to identify orphan issues that currently are not understood and not studied by anyone, or by only a small group as well. And I can assure you, having used that topic mappings in the past, quite often see, based upon a topic mapping, that the large crowd is all focused on this part of the topic mapping and no one is focusing on the other part, which then ultimately leads to some kind of imbalance with regard to insight as it relates to the topic at hand. And a topic mapping also allows you to do an actor mapping. It would be interesting, for instance, we have the large topic mapping there at the end of the table. It would be interesting to see if you could write your name next to a topic, so that we actually would have a better sense on who is actually working in the space on what topic, as opposed to all assume that we work on all the topics all the time. And so that's another area for topic mapping. And the other aspect is that it can actually also be used by practitioners as a checklist in order to understand what are the kinds of technologies that we have as well. So that was my main role here on this panel, is to basically introduce the value of a topic mapping. The question is, of course, how did we go about it? And again, I'm not going to go too much into detail, nor will I give you the definition of what is PeaceTech, because again, that's a contentious issue that other authors have already been using. But it suffices to say that at the minimum, and of course, PeaceTech is more and more pronounced, especially as, of course, Ukraine, but also other areas of course, including election misinformation and so on, are emerging. But it suffices to say that when we start to think about the topics of PeaceTech, we first of all have to have an understanding on what is peace and what element of peace do we want to address with PeaceTech, and what technologies are we talking about. And again, when it comes to peace, it is interesting to see that even the concept of peace is an evolving concept, that we are starting to rethink what do we mean by peace. But at the minimum, there is, of course, a well-established consensus now that we can talk about negative versus positive peace. And that, my understanding, and especially looking at how the applications are being developed, that when we talk about PeaceTech, we mainly talk about positive tech, positive peace, and a way to actually broaden the way we go about this as well. I think another way to look at it is to look at it really in the context of peace versus military tech. because again, this is a massive blurring that is happening from my point of view. When we started looking at the literature, quite often it's about military tech, it's not really about peace tech. So we need to get a better grasp here on what is then peace tech vis-a-vis military tech as well. And of course, I already mentioned that. Now, once we have an understanding of peace and what are the elements like peacekeeping, peace building, and all the aspects that are associated with positive peace quite often, then the question is, of course, what kind of technologies are then related and used in the context of peace, and what are the use cases, what are the applications, and what are the challenges? And that's also what we've been trying to do. And again, there are all kinds of ways to develop a taxonomy with regard to the types of technology. One ontology that was introduced today was low-tech, high-tech, and so that's another ontology that we can do. We can look into more physical kind of tech, or material tech versus more virtual and digital kind of tech applications, with a clear understanding that quite often physical leads to digital quite often, right? So IoT leads to digital data, and without quite often some kind of digital data or software, you don't have any drones that can operate as well. And so it's again a blurring of the kinds of tech that we see. We've then subsequently analyzed a whole range of use cases. And again, I'm not going to go into detail here, but it suffices to say that there are more and more use cases that can be categorized according to the types of peace-enabling applications, but also according to the kinds of applications which Uma will go into deeper. But before I go there, let me give the floor also to Andrea, because this was a collaborative effort. And Andrea also added the ontology of the stack to the PeaceTech topic mapping as well.
Yeah, I'll actually be very, very brief on that because I don't want to overburden you with taxonomies and things. But if the topic mapping that Stefan is presenting is, as he defined, still not necessarily complete, and you can complete it, I can show you that there was something that was even less complete that came before. Meaning that's how we started. I started to map what in the studies on digital technologies and on information networks is normally the way to depict the technology stack, right? The one that you see on the top left was what we consider to be the internet in the very beginning. Sometimes it's called the OSI layered representation with, some people call it the lasagna, right? Meaning a physical layer, which is basically the telecoms infrastructure, and then traffic rules, or the logical layer, and then applications and content. But today, when we look at how technology is evolving, we see that one thing has become clear, not only that the technology stack is becoming thicker because of the deepening of in particular with the Internet of Things, the evolution in connectivity, and so on. But the data part that once was the same cauldron where everything would be stored without any given priority or even level of security for every type of data, is now a much more articulate framework where you can play with the data a lot. Now, Cameron was humble enough during this presentation not to mention what he wants to do with Iran, but the fact of creating a huge archive, right, of all the footage that can be found with Iran, and keep it, if possible, in decentralized location, is a good, and maybe you can say something about this when you have the time, is a good way of imagining the power of technology when you use decentralized governance. And so today, the fact that there are sort of self-contained co-managed data spaces as opposed to purely open spaces, permissionless spaces, permissioned spaces, basically tell us one thing, is that there's always been a lot of data out there. The more there is data, the more there is a risk of potentially not being able to distinguish which data you should rely on and which data you cannot rely on. And so this leads to something that, in my opinion, we have discovered and we discover every day. And I know if the presenters of the first session agree with me, which is, it's not true that data is the new oil. It's rather trust that is the new oil. Whether you can trust the data, it's really the key element that might lead amounts of information to make a difference between positive use or negative use of technology. Anyway, the new technology stack with pervasive horizontal developments such as artificial intelligence, the cybersecurity elements for sure, in the future of quantum computing, led me early on to then map the technologies, but I'm not going to go into this material, including the one that Stefan was showing before, will be shared, and transforming this into a sort of first taxonomy of what basic layers of technology we could build our overall map on. And then I used the very broad definition of positive peace that is provided by the Institute of Economics and Peace, and we had Stephen's presentation before, and put them in a matrix, which actually, if I look at it, perhaps I would even fix it a little bit today, but the idea is that you have the different technologies on the first column there, and the elements of the various areas of policy, positive peace there, well-functioning government, sound business environment, equitable distribution of resources, free flow of information, and so on and so forth, and trying to build a sort of a heat map. And then I passed on that heat map to Stefan and Uma for them to couple the rapid mapping into then what has become, I think, a very interesting paper to try to really build the space for global peace tech, just to give you a sense of how the methodology worked for us. That's at a stop here, and give back to Uma the clicker.
Thanks, Andrea. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we actually operationalized all of these big concepts that we've put out here. And so we really looked at 6 main kind of ways of breaking down these common themes that we've been seeing on PeaceTech. And I won't go through all of them right now, but it's very similar to what we've already talked about a little bit, such as, like monitoring human rights violations and abuses with Eyewitness app, and also kind of looking at how narratives are being created, as well as tracing migration flows. We took stock of what's currently going on, and we looked at how can we create almost like a list of the current ideas that are out there and make that some sort of evidence base for other researchers and practitioners in order to enhance their work. Now, one of the main aspects of this topic mapping was really looking at what are the challenges of PeaceTech. And one of the key things was that a lot of the technology and its applications out there are dual use. They both have the ability to be used for good and used for bad. And sometimes what happens is that the risks of a technology application aren't realized from the jump. And so we also looked at, where could we almost anticipate challenges? And some of the key things that came up were issues of, data security, biometric information, or facial recognition information in the hands of wrong actors, issues of digital transnational repression and surveillance and censorship, not only within states, but also outside of them, and also, once again, misinformation and fake news and how that perpetrates and perpetuates, rather, across different incidences. Now, with this, PeaceTech map, there are really 3 main kind of lessons that we've taken away, which is, as we've said before, a lot of times these technologies are co-opted rather than developed with a peace and PeaceTech specific framework in mind. As well, as I just mentioned, most of the time these technologies are dual use. And one issue that we found is that also the governance practices for these, for regulation for these technologies is severely lagging. And a lot of times, private companies step in and look for self-regulation, which can be good, but also has the potential of kind of setting an agenda that is not really aimed towards positive peace. Now, the PeaceTech map is one body of work. What we really want to look at is where do we go from here and how can we use it? And more importantly, how can you use it in your research going forward? So like Stefan mentioned before, we really want your input. Tell us what we've missed, what's there that's not there right now that should be, and help us develop this topic map 2.0 in order to see, who else can contribute to the diversity of opinions and voices. As well, we want to look at how can we turn this paper into practice and actually operationalize it and look towards an actor mapping, as well as really finding ways to build some sort of research agenda that is geared towards what the demand around PeaceTech really is looking for. And so with that, we hope that this was very helpful, and I'd like to just kind of close over there, and we're looking forward to hearing from you and learning more about your inputs here. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Uma. And before opening to a first round of questions, so if you already have questions in mind, maybe you can note them down. I will give the floor to Lucia, because this topic mapping also took the form of initiatives mapping based on this topic mapping. And Lucia will tell you something about this research endeavor, and then I will add a closing remark.
Thank you, Michele. So I will try to be as brief as possible, and then I will leave the floor to you to show how this map really works. But when we started the Global PeaceTech project, I would say that we knew that one of the first things that we needed to do, together with the topic mapping, of course, was to try to get a broader picture of the initiatives, projects, organizations that were working out there on the intersection between peace and technologies. So we started this mapping process with the aim to produce a map that could build on other existing maps, because there were many out there, such as the Data for Peace map developed by the Center of International Cooperation and led by Branka Panik here with us today. And yeah, together with 3 other students of the Master in Transnational Governance who couldn't be here today with us, but I think they are joining online, Sioman, Tomiris, and Tariq. We divided up the regions, and we started to look for initiatives from the private sector, from the public sector, from academia, civil society, etc., that were working on these topics. And here we encounter what I would say was the first limitation or challenge, and this probably won't be something new for you working on this for many, many years. Xiaoman, in an attempt to overcome the language barrier, decided to take over the China region and neighboring countries. And for her, it was extremely difficult to find initiatives working on peace and tech in China. Something that maybe is not very surprising, and it wouldn't be unthinkable to not to find many peace tech initiatives in China, but maybe it's not very likely, and maybe it's not that we don't have peace tech initiatives in China, but maybe we do have, but they are not for us peace tech. So here we thought that this poses an interesting conceptual challenge, right? And invite us to ask whether it is possible to define peace tech universally. What is the global of peace tech that Calypso was speaking about before? If we are using the right concepts, and if the concepts are the same in each different region, because maybe what is peace tech for a citizen in Italy is not the same for a citizen in Mexico or in Nepal or in many other countries. So coming back to the mapping, I will just show you very, very quickly the categories that we use: title and description of the initiatives, name of the organization type, region, location. In location, we had to make a decision because we didn't know if it was more useful to pick the location, the country where the organization or the project was providing services or operating, or if we had to go and look for the headquarters of the organization, if it had any. At the end, we went for this second option because what we really wanted to understand was where most of the initiatives were coming from. But eventually, we are thinking of adding this another category to look also for this other option. Then we also had peace technologies. Let me see if I can make this. Peace technology, if the initiative is aimed at short-term or long-term peace, type of peace, and for all these, of course, we use the categories identified previously by Stefan and Uma and Andrea. We had a short description and a link to the initiative. So we only added the initiatives that are still active, or those we couldn't check if they are still active or not. And so far, we have been able to map 172 initiatives, of which 140 are from the US, Europe, or global in the case of UN agencies. But of course, we don't think that there are only 22 initiatives developed in global South countries, so as to say, right? But clearly it's more difficult to track them down, and we will need to spend much more time digging into the landscape of PeaceTech in those countries. So for us, this is only the beginning of a work in progress. This is a map that we conceive as a collaborative tool, and we want you and anyone who wants to add the initiatives to the map in a very simple way. But of course, we realize that this is not as simple, and this may be the most challenging aspects of this map. And this is a question that we wanted to bring here to the table to you. So how can we make this map as sustainable as possible? And before giving the floor to Michele, let me share just one more comment regarding this mapping process that I think it's quite important. Because one of the main challenges that we faced during this month was the difficulty of drawing the limits of what we consider PeaceTech and what is not PeaceTech, right? What should be included in the map and what we shouldn't include in the map. Because it's quite clear what is not PeaceTech, but then there are many technologies out there, initiatives, working and aiming at things that maybe are not directly aimed at short-term peace, but yes, to other aspects that we would agree that make long-term peace, such as, I don't know, the strengthening of institutions, protection of natural resources, fight against corruption, etc. So, should we include these initiatives also to the mapping? Where do you think the limit should be? And if a limit is not necessary, how do we make this map as comprehensible as possible while keeping its usefulness for all of us? So thank you, and now I give the floor to Michele.
Thank you, Lucia, and thank you so much for the great work with the mapping as well. And you mentioned usefulness, and I just wanted to add a comment on that. And for me, it's very important also theoretically. For me, at least, this idea was never, about having a perfect scientific categorization of, peace initiatives, in the scientific meaning, the academic meaning. But it's more, these kind of mappings are very impactful, especially, when they are presented to people that they don't have any idea what PeaceTech is. I'm thinking of policymakers, I'm thinking of tech companies, private companies. So the idea was more like to, show the good work that is done out there and kind of attract attention on these initiatives. And that's also why we have chosen this tool. This tool is a Padlet, so it's an open tool, and we had to choose, we could choose like a Python thing with the developer doing, updating the map all the time, but talking to people that have done mapping, these kind of things before, I'm not, we'll say the name, Branca, we decided that it would have been challenging to update it in that way. So we opted for this open tool. It is very easy to use. You see there's a pink button on bottom right. I see it bottom right. And if you click on the pink button, you can just add the PeaceTech initiative. The first thing it will ask is the location. You just put the location. If it's something that is global, we decided to put it in the ocean because we didn't have like a better idea. Yeah, that's how it works. And you just add the description, and we will accept your proposal and also insert some categories, as Lucia was explaining. So if it's more about short-term peace, peacekeeping, peace building, or it's more like long-term peace, positive peace, social cohesion, good governance, etc. So that's the idea. We invite you to go to this Padlet in the coming days and weeks and months, and also to give your feedback. So it's padlet.com global PeaceTech /map. But we will share everything, and we will also share, of course, all the slides and the presentation presented here at the conference. So don't worry, we will share all the materials. And so now it's it's over to you for your round of questions. We have, I will ask you in the interest of time to be very short, so we can collect some questions and then answer, and then we will have a final talk with Evelyn from the University of Lucerne on global PeaceTech, human rights and ethics that will close the session. So there are already, I don't know who was first. We have like
Sheldon was first.
Sheldon was first. Okay, Andre suggested me that Sheldon was first.
Yeah.
So Sheldon.
I'm sure.
I will be very fast, I promise. But I just want to suggest one more lens for this outstanding, I mean, this is just amazing work you all are doing, and it's fantastic. And I remember from the paper you distributed, you said the idea is one of the reasons for this effort is because investment in peace building, in tech for peace building, is lagging. So I was just thinking about, I am asked probably 200 times per year, so what is PeaceTech? Because I founded the PeaceTech Lab, and we've been doing this a long time. And the reason I am asked it 200 times a year is because I talk to donors 200 times a year. So let me just suggest another way of mapping this issue is the lens of the donor community. And I say this because about 6 years ago, we did a similar exercise to expose how USAID and DFID and GIZ were all using different rules around monitoring and evaluation. So when you applied for funding, they all had different rules of the road. It was very useful, and they actually started to see how much they were wasting nonprofits' time trying to be consistent with that. It might be really useful to ask the donors, and I don't mean just the big aid agencies, but policymakers. We've got a lot of them, a lot of international agencies that are really involved in governments, foreign ministries, to try to look through their eyes at how are they defining PeaceTech. I believe DFID did an RFP a couple of years ago. I've seen RFPs for PeaceTech. I know the Foreign Ministry of Finland started a PeaceTech innovation program. I think you'd find it very elucidating to have that matrix as well, to go along with all of the fabulous work you've already done, through the eyes of the different international agencies, how they are defining it.
As I don't know who was first, I will just go to the next person, Lisa.
All right, thank you very much. I will just add on another question or another audience to consider, and that is the big tech companies in Silicon Valley. How are they thinking of PeaceTech? And I can tell you they're not very much, but they do know about tech for good. And so how is PeaceTech different from just a tech for good sort of approach?
The next is the gentleman there, Martin, I think.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, let me congratulate you guys for the good work. It's really commendable. I remember working on taxonomy, and I know how rigorous that work can be. Just a quick question. I've got two pieces of how we can maybe move forward with this, but also a suggestion at some point. The first issue is on the taxonomy and the terminologies that are being used. If there could be a convergence in those terminologies so that we could agree on what can be used in any presentation globally that is agreeable, I think that might be useful, so that we can set up a sort of like the basic foundation of the understanding of this subject matter. The reason for this is because I deal with, or rather from the GFCE, as we all know, we work with a lot of developing countries, we work with a lot of countries across the globe, and sometimes the misunderstanding can be a bit of an issue. So I think if we can understand what the basic definitions are, then that can be used in elevating the subject matter. The other aspect is at the national and regional level. There are a lot of initiatives at national level. For example, we've got development of cybersecurity strategies for many countries, and I was discussing with Andrea during coffee time, and I think this might be a good opportunity to bring this as a subject element within the strategy development. We deal with cyber diplomacy, cyber norms, and I think PeaceTech at the global level, it is important that we start discussing that and socializing this at that level. There are two aspects to that. One is at the national level in many of the developing countries, and more importantly, it's at the regional level, because regional countries understand what we call the DNA of those particular regions that they serve. And then lastly, as a way forward is we could also look at elevating this subject matter in various conferences. I think next week, the whole world will be in Addis Ababa for the IGF. And I think this is a topic that is really hot on the plate. And I wish we had a session there where we could have discussed these issues. I know it's early times, but I think that's a specific area that we could be able to target. I'll later on be talking to Andrea on areas that we can integrate. We are very much keen on participating at the regulatory aspect. I saw that on your timeline. There are areas of legislation and there are areas of policy. So these three areas, we are very keen to bring in a lot of effort that we've done with a number of countries, the experience that we have in this particular area, and I think it will help elevate this particular work. Otherwise, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And it was very interesting. I will listen to this kind of, your ideas for hours, but we need to be shorter, slightly shorter. Otherwise, we will not get to the end of the session. And just to give everybody the space to talk. And Christopher is next.
Thanks a lot for really wonderful presentations and background papers. Could you expand on the concepts of responsible and frontier technology in your definition? Thank you.
Okay, next is, I don't know if it's Maria Teresa or, okay.
Thank you. I just have a comment on Lucia's question on what type of things we would like to see. And from the University from Peace, we are opening a new area of research on health and peace building and innovation. So any on that, I think it would be extremely interesting. We just had a workshop at Yale University and trying to figure it out and mapping the different actors. So that will be an awesome idea. And then the second area in which we are also working at the University for Peace is illicit trade, organized crime, and corruption. I know you mentioned that you didn't want to add that, but if there are specific technologies that we can use, especially when it comes to organized crime and how they are using the internet and the deep web to actually perform their activities, it will be also great.
Next, I think it's Nikita.
Hi, Nikita Chu, Senior Lecturer in Innovation Policy at University of Exeter. Just want you to share with me a little bit about the thought process about how to engage the other side of the discussions, which is kind of war studies or war technology, because some would argue that war is a means to peace, and the same technology used on different sides in a conflict could be seen as either war tech or peace tech, depending on which side you're on.
Christelle?
Thank you. Again, congrats on this amazing work. I wanted to, you asked about Lucia, about the sustainability and how to make it sustainable for tracking the initiatives. I'm interested to know how you found the initiatives. Is it online? Is it through word of mouth? Is it people you talk to? How you found them? And from that point, because as we discussed earlier, the high tech, low tech, maybe there are initiatives that aren't online. So how do we track them and map them? But also, what's the aim? Is it to connect them with donor agencies, as they were saying, or is it to give them exposure or to talk about them, and so on? And one last detail for the variables when you showed the Excel sheet. One variable that I think would be interesting for organizations working in PeaceTech is also, because you're mapping the countries, this country, what's the status? Is it post-conflict? Is it pre-conflict? Is it a democracy? Is it not? Like just to get a bit about the political context, so that the mapping is done better. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron.
I want to echo everybody's compliments of this great project. Just a question. Are you taking into account not only where something is developed, but where it's developed for? For example, that there's no projects in China, but there's an enormous Chinese diaspora that works on PeaceTech projects like in Europe and the United States that are for China? That might be something to consider. What is the geographic target of the project?
Okay, Elizabeth?
Yeah, hi. A comment and a question. My comment actually goes to Sheldon, a little bit building on what you said. When, Andrea, you asked me to talk at this event, I thought, PeaceTech, me, company? What have I got to say about peace? Thinking of it as the opposite to war, right? So I think I more and more understand what we mean by PeaceTech, but I think a layman's definition and non-academic, which literally follows PeaceTech brackets and what it is, would be helpful too, because somebody mentioned the big tech companies, but lots of companies are doing things in the space and probably have things to say, but would be not understanding that what they do fits within this definition. And my question, would you agree that advancing SDGs is a means to achieving peace by using technology? Thanks.
So we have two last questions. No, Fabrizio Tassinari is not here. I know, it's yours. Okay. Okay, Lisa, and then very quickly, and then we will have a round of answers.
Yeah, my question kind of builds on what Nikita also said. I was wondering, you mentioned positive peace, and then you drew a little bit, or at least it sounded like this in my ears, the distinction between military tech and peace tech as kind of being opposites. And I was wondering why you selected that theoretical framework over others, because I think that could really influence what kind of initiatives end up being on the map. And I think if something different was selected, then there would be many more initiatives mapped in Ukraine specifically. And that leads me also to the review mechanism for adding something on the map. If I go back to the hotel tonight and start mapping all the military tech initiatives from Ukraine that contribute to peace right now, are they going to be accepted?
That's a good question and provocation. Fabrizio I'm kidding. Okay, you go.
Sorry, I've lost my name. It's over there on the floor. It's Maricel Maqueda-Lopez from the Swiss Institute of Technology of Lausanne, IPFL. So I'm coming from the geek side, I think, here. What I've seen is that in the classification that you have done, you are coming with a classification that is based on technologies. Which are the technologies that are enabling peace? But here we are giving a broad definition about peace tech. What about the methodologies that we should use? The technologists, the scientists, in order to enable peace. Because, for example, here in the classification that you have brilliantly proposed, I'm missing physical technologies, for example, how a physical technology related to energy, water, land, health can be weaponized and create violence and conflict, so more, let's say, structural violence and direct violence and cultural violence, because we are focus often in digital peace building and digital technologies, but what about how these technologies can be weaponized and how address the methodologies in order to avoid this weaponization and give these advices maybe to technologists and scientists? Where do you see physical technologies and the weaponization of physical technologies in this classification? Because I see this a little bit missing. And also, you were speaking before about incentives. if you have any advice or idea about how giving incentives to technologies that are working in technology, normally for profit, and also to tech titans to give us more data in order to be able to design and apply and test more applications and more technologies. So 3 parts questions, a little bit spread around.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maricel. And I think the questions are multiplying. And Margarita, do you have a question as well?
But maybe we gather the questions. And then
Last question, and then we just try to answer.
Sure. In terms of the taxonomy, what I've noticed in terms of what is PeaceTech and what is not PeaceTech, in some ways you could think of PeaceTech as a horizontal rather than a vertical. So if we think about humanitarian applications or applications that are in conflict, those are verticals. They're very, very specific. On the other hand, when we think about social media or technology that has ended up being weaponized, and we're thinking, how would we implement technologies that would bring people together? When we think about technology, and it is so pervasive in every aspect of our life, every technology needs to have an underlying PeaceTech foundation in it. So it isn't something like it's a special category that we go to the store, we go to the PeaceTech aisle. It is the fundamental ingredient in everything that has to be going forward in any kind of technology that is mediating. I found this on the web. Oh, thank you, Siri. Mediating between, Siri has the answer, between the behavior between individuals. So it could be supply chains, it could be social media, it could be anything. But I think that it has to be in there. And then the other is in terms of semantics, because there are all sorts of categories that are emerging. Such as equitable tech, inclusive tech, all these things, and they are, I think, adjacent to peace tech. And they may have outcomes that are peaceful, second order effects, but they may not go in, the innovator may not go in with the intention of, I'm trying to create more peace in the world, but it is a second order effect of using the technology.
Thank you so much. So now there's no easy way of doing this, but I think the best way is I give the floor to each one of the core panelists. In 1 minute, you just try to answer what you can, and the rest is for the coffee break or the cocktail tonight or the dinner. Yeah. So just maybe we start from there, Stefan. I will go last. So. No.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, this is the kind of input that we were hoping to get. And I think, and it shows that the topic mapping is a device to actually stimulate that kind of input. And that's basically, anyway, what we hope to do, so that we actually don't start with constantly, anyway, a discussion about, anyway, all the aspects, but that we have a map and then we can argue about, anyway, are these the right mix, what is missing, what should be added. And it shows the complexity of the topic in its own hand. And so what I do hope as a possible follow-up for the Global PeaceTech Hub is to actually have those conversations, as Sheldon said, with distinctive groups to actually deepen our map and also deepen the definitions that we are using, so that we ultimately then start getting that kind of community sense that we know what we are talking about, right? Now, as it relates to the funding community, I totally agree with you. Actually, a lot of the topic mappings that we build is for funders themselves, because they are lost themselves in the space. And again, what we quite often do is then use the topic mapping to even understand what is being funded. Because, as I mentioned, the great benefit of a topic mapping is to find, for instance, orphan issues, right? Everyone is funding the next shiny object of blockchain, right? But then no one is funding, anyway, something that actually might have been proven to help, but doesn't fit the shiny object of the moment. And I think that's another reason why perhaps a topic mapping might be useful as well. And that's also something for big tech to understand, to really anyway start thinking about, anyway, what is your contribution and does it add up to a large extent. Now, there's a whole discussion about what's the difference between tech for good, why don't we include war technologies, what about the SDGs? I think that's a topic that this group needs to figure out, right? I'm in no position, I might have a view on that. I think my view is that PeaceTech is somewhat different because there is a different intent with regard to using tech than, for instance, military technology or technology used at the battlefield. And I think if we start from intent, then that might ultimately, anyway, provide that kind of difference. And I do think that it's useful to make a distinction, because also the people that can actually contribute expertise as it relates to certain kinds of activities that contribute to peace are distinctive expertise. And I think that's why I think it might be useful to keep the term, make it distinctive from other areas, but accept that it's blurring, given the fact that most societal challenges are interdependent and blurring. And I think that's very hard to actually keep that going as well. Now, regional, local, I think that's very interesting. I think I would add there also that actually a topic mapping can also, or a geographical mapping, can also actually do an assessment of maturity and context, because even the technologies are different levels of maturity as it relates to application, and I think that's all in different regions. And I'm not saying actually in some regions, like for instance the US, it might be less mature than in, for instance, Global South applications. And I think that's also perhaps of interest. I'm going to stop here and anyway skip all the harder questions to my my co-panelists, such as what do you mean by responsible? But perhaps Uma, I don't know whether you want to add something. Sorry, go.
Okay, in 30 seconds, since you re-asked me the question, what do we mean by responsible? And I mean, in fact, Stefan, you already, in fact, addressed it. Starting with intent is a pretty good opening there. That is that this is not a descriptive field. Yes, we're talking about mapping, but this is, we all have a normative bias. It's a field with a normative bias, and asking about agents for change and who is responsible to who? Public, civil society, individuals, countries, groups. So it's about focusing the question, especially in the context of global peace tech. So, I mean, I think conversations about peace techs have been, of course, going on, and Sheldon and so many others also. I mean, you're a pioneer in the field and peace, and still, in fact, of all this time, you know, there's still so much need for explanation. So having this overarching label of global is about the responsibility to connect for synergies, to magnify the impact. It's about how agents in the world are responsible to each other. So it's about this horizontal mutual responsibility, and also the responsibility of transnational governance. And how do we even measure that? So there's many, it's a multifaceted term that, and that to which you can, of course, you know, contribute in different ways. None of these issues are settled or frozen.
All right, thanks for all the questions, and thanks for answering some of the thorniest ones. I think adopting the lens of the donor is a very interesting proposal, and the same is also for all the other methodological proposals that can help us sharpen this. Many of the questions that we've heard are basically a research agenda rather than questions to be answered here, because it's something that we recognize as very meaningful questions that we want to work on them. Adding the geographic targets, adding the state of a country in terms of democracy, obviously with the caveats on the sources and the taxonomies that exist. This is all absolutely meaningful, and something that as we sharpen and expand this mapping, we might want to try to do, to enable also us to look into the data and see which initiatives go where and which countries are ignored, or where is the money potentially going from whom and where, and when there is no money, and where there are organizations having to struggle to really make an impact. I wanted to tackle very briefly the peace versus SDGs question that Elizabeth asked. When we were looking at different definitions of peace, we ended up with these definitions of positive peace that are very expansive, and there seems to be a continuum between a broad definition of positive peace and the SDGs. Obviously, here we are much more concentrating on things like human capital, good government, acceptance of the rights of others, tolerance, things that are not necessarily represented at the highest level in the SDGs. Obviously, human capital is, good governance is, and less on things like infrastructure or health and environment. But if you look at many of the definition of positive peace, things like climate justice, many other things, the health dimensions, they are definitely part of the overall preconditions for long-term stability and peace and absence of tensions and conflict. So there's really a continuum between them, and this, I think, is one of the problems when it comes to talking to donors. Not only the many definitions that alongside PeaceTech, Tech for Good, ICT for Peace, sometimes can confuse a little bit the landscape, but also the fact that the SDG part, and some of the other North Stars that are emerging in global policy that are different from SDGs. And sometimes I make fun of the EU leaders because they talk about strategic autonomy, competitive sustainability, sustainable competitiveness, and then twin transitions. You know, every new document has a different North Star. So this, I think, is confusing a little bit. So anything that we can do to try and build those links, first of all, understand what's the relationship between what we mean by PeaceTech and the SDGs, and also understanding what the differences are and why it is worth focusing in particular on the tech side, on embedding, as was said, the responsible element and the peace orientation element, which is not necessarily purely process oriented, but it's outcome oriented and impact oriented. That is, I think, for me, one of the key elements that should be in our research agenda. Hopefully we can say our at this stage. On the incentives to build responsible, I'll just spend 30 seconds on this. I have had a long experience now, a few years in defining what is responsible AI development, and having been a member of the high-level expert group of the European Commission on AI, now chair of the risk working group of the OECD network of AI experts, and other things that I've done. It's proving to be very complicated, but there is an emerging body of knowledge on responsible digital technologies development, which comes mostly from the proliferation of principles on responsible AI, so from UNESCO to OECD to the Montreal Declaration to many others. And I think it's useful to build on those in terms of trustworthiness of AI, but also the peace orientation of AI, which is not necessarily the same thing as responsible or accountable AI development, to really make those tweaks that really help us bring PeaceTech into the global international standards for technology development. That is my answer, not an answer, but bouncing back.
Yes, just very quickly, regarding Elisabeta's question, for sure, we will accept all of them, so please go, we need you. Regarding Christel's question, yeah, I mean, we started doing it online and doing a mapping of existing maps because of the limitation of time and limitation of resources, but definitely we are very aware that we need to go out there and do a little bit of field work if we want to be really exhaustive and as comprehensive as possible. So we are very aware of the limitations. Regarding Cameron question, we didn't track it yet, but this is a category that we definitely want to add, because at the beginning we wanted to understand really from where these initiatives were coming from, but definitely we need to add this category, and I think this is all. And what's the aim? What's the aim? It's a tool for us. It's a tool for us, for academics, for practitioners, for people working at the intersection of peace and tech, and also to try to, if we have two different initiatives working on exactly the same thing in Colombia and in Nepal, so they can know that what are the challenges and how to overcome them.
I just want to anyway consult this group here also on one thing, which is I think a map is great. It provides transparency of the field, but given the fact that we've heard over and over again that it can also be weaponized, I'm wondering anyway how this group feels about full transparency of the PeaceTech environment. Because if we start mapping all the PeaceTech actors, and then suddenly that provides for a perfect blueprint to wipe out the PeaceTech community, I think we're going to have to be sensitive to actually the topics that we are talking about. And so eager to hear whether anyone has any views on that, or how you build that in the further development of the map as well.
Okay, just to close this app, and then we will continue at the coffee break, and then we will come back for the last panel. I apologize, Evelyn, and we will just shift your part to the next panel. I completely agree with Margarita comment on PeaceTech being horizontal. The idea of PeaceTech really trying to kind of theorize, shape, and promote is something that brings together different kind of technologies, or even like bubbles of academics or practitioners, AI for peace, AI for data for good, and blockchain, sustainable technology for space. You know, there are different kind of bubbles that they may make sense in their own work, but we think that the challenges are common, and the idea, and I'm connecting that to Nikita's tech duality comment, is that, yeah, PeaceTech is something we need to think from the outset, and each technology can, of course, be used in a dual way, some technologies more than others, but the idea is really to think of maybe three things. So, of course, at the School of Transnational Governance, we look a lot at regulation. So how do you create a regulatory environment that favors, that, let's say, minimizes the negative effects and promotes a good use of technology, a responsible use sometimes, you know, they say. But regulation alone is not enough, of course. It's also a matter of education, creating a culture where you know how to use these tools and to avoid the risks that are associated to them. And yeah, of course, the third part is also investment. So creating like a platform where we shift, you know, the idea is also to shift, and maybe that's, I don't know if you agree or not, like Stefan was mentioning that, you know, there's opposition, military technologies and peace technologies. So to shift the attention, also the investments on these initiatives that use technology for positive purposes. And for that, you know, I think this platform, this is just the beginning, but the idea is to create really a platform where different actors are together, not just academia, think tanks, but also private sector, which is challenging, of course, to get tech companies, startups here talking about this, avoiding tech washing, and of course, policymakers. And here at the school, what we can offer, of course, is this link to the policy-making world, especially Europe, European Commission, European Parliament, but not only. So we try to go beyond Europe as well. So that's a bit of a framework connecting to some of the questions, and also about the aim of the initiative. Anything else will be answered over coffee, and we will come back for the last session. And thank you. Hello, welcome back. We will start with our third and final session of the day. Thank you for being awake and full of energy and ideas still at this time of the day. So we will start back with Evelyn Tauchnitz from the Institute of Social Ethics, University of Lucerne. And she was supposed to be here with Peter Kirchschlager, but he's not here, unfortunately. He had some personal issues. And so I will give the floor to you, Evelyn.
Thank you very much, Michele, for the short introduction. Yes, unfortunately, Peter Kirchschlager cannot be here today due to some family emergency. He would have loved to join us also, maybe at another opportunity, if that conference should repeat, hopefully. I hope it's not the last event that we're sitting together. And yes, thank you very much. And it's an honor for us to also to be a core partner of the Global PeaceTech Hub. And let's see where this is going. I'm really curious, actually, I think it's on the very last day that we're gonna discuss where this gonna go from here. So, but I'm going to start at the basics again, because we have been discussing a lot in that last session now. Yeah, what is PeaceTech? That's been a question, I think, that is haunting us all. And I'm into ethics now. I've been in political science before. I've been later to law, human rights particularly, and now I'm in ethics. And for me, it's very interesting to see that connection, by the way. We have been talking about the interdisciplinary approach, because as I got to see it, like ethics really discusses about what we should be doing. It discusses what norms do we want to follow or not follow, what societies we want to live in is a really basic question as well. What kind of societies do we want to create for ourselves and for the future as well? And so there are different views. And then when this enters let's say that's the broad public debate, so to say, ideally, ethics would inform the public debate. And not so much giving answers, what we should be doing, but like also asking the right questions, like what really matters. It's not about having absolute answers, it's about posing the right questions. And that's a bit also, I'm seeing what we're doing today. And all these different views, I mean, you don't have to agree what is PeaceTech, but there's going to be the discussion. And sooner or later, when we talk about governance strategies, that's going to enter the political debate. Then it's going to get to political, whose interests are going to be included, who's going to be excluded. And out of the political process, we might have some legally binding agreement or some norms. So it's like 3 steps, how I'm seeing it. And then again, as time passes, maybe the context changes. And from an ethics point, we're going to ask again, are these legal norms, can they still be morally justified? And then we're at the beginning again. So even the digital transformation might really influence even our standing, or what do we understand by peace? So this is hermeneutical cycle, and I think it's a continuous responsibility of ourselves to keep asking that question, what is peace and what is PeaceTech? So that as far as an introduction from myself, because sometimes I felt like giving comments or asking questions, and I thought, no, I'm going to hold myself back. So anyhow, let's start with that pointer thing. Is it good? No? I don't have really good vibe to technology. Maybe it's the, yeah. So anyway, so the really short overview, then defining peace. And if we define peace, we also have to define violence, at least that the definition that we are all, have been referring to in one sense or another. I want to look at freedom as an expression of peace. Human rights, can that be an ethical minimal standard? Outlook, I could also skip that if necessary. Governance strategies, and then a short summary. What should PeaceTech aim for? Because that's a speciality of ethics. Like coming from social sciences, there is more descriptive. It's questions about how and how that can be done, how it can be implemented and so on. Ethics is normative, same as law, by the way. Like it's not so much about the how, but the what. And I think it's really what we are discussing today. It's like, what do we want PeaceTech to do or not to do? So let's see. No, it's back. Okay. I got it the wrong way. Thank you. So technology and peace. Yeah, I mean, that we have been discussing a lot. There's so many different meanings. And if there would be other people in this room from different contexts, we would have more meanings. In any case, I think technology, we probably agree on that. It's a powerful magnifier. It's really gonna change the impact we're having on our world, on our fellow citizens. And it really depends, yes, if our intentions are peaceful or violent. So it's not really such an easy task to distinguish between peaceful and violent uses of technologies. And it really depends on how we define peace and what values we consider building blocks for constructing peace. So I'm going to go back. We have all been talking one another of negative and positive peace. It's not the only definition, but it's really the starting point of peace research. So I'm a peace researcher by specialty, so I'm going to start there. Negative peace, the absence of direct violence, that's the violence you can observe. Like if you have like a video camera, you can record it. That's the personal violence you see. The positive piece is the absence of structural and cultural violence. Yeah, structural, that is not so much observable, but the responsibility is much more difficult to who is responsible for that, because it's embedded in the system or structure. That's why it's called structural violence. There's a lot of, for example, if you have economic or global trade relationships that are like exploiting one or another, if it's even gender inequalities, if women are discriminated. So there's some kind of structural or political conditions that are like, for example, if you're living in a democracy. So maybe you cannot point it to one person, but still it's some kind of violence. And the cultural violence is really an addition of Galtung himself later on in 1990, that he said cultural violence, to make it short, it legitimizes the direct and structural violence. Yes, for example, like discrimination, but also inclusion, exclusion, like all the narratives that we have, why we are who we are and the others are the others, and why we should maybe fight against them or not. So peace is the absence of these direct structural and cultural violence. Some observations. They frequently occur together. Also, there will always be some sort of violence. So peace necessarily will always remain a vision. We're never going to reach there. Like, we're all victims of violence daily in this understanding, because in some form or another, we might be discriminated, we might be excluded, and it's only about giving us a direction, really. But that is already a lot. Like, if we know where we should be moving, it can serve us like a compass. And we can really think, as I said before, what kind of societies we would like to live and what future we might want to construct, or what kind of future not. So it's more a compass. It's not we're never going to reach it. It's like going towards infinity. So if we define peace, we should maybe also define violence. And Galtung himself has tried to do that. He has said that, well, it's the cause of the difference between the potential and the actual. That's a bit, it sounds easy, but it's not that easy. The actual, I still try to put it easy, is the person that I am, the circumstances I'm living in. The potential is what I could be if there were no direct structural or cultural violence. He gives some examples himself. I don't really recall them by case, but it's like, for example, if you're born in a small village, if you're a girl and you're not getting the education that you're supposed to get, well, you're probably gonna end up being a different person, living in different circumstances than if you would have gone to school or if you would have born in a different country. Same, for example, if you don't have a good health system, or like if there's no socioeconomic opportunities, that has a lot to do really with the context. So anyhow, in the hypothetical case, because we're never going to have that, if we would have absolute peace, there would be no difference really between the potential and the actual, because you see that like violence is the cause of the difference between potential and actual, but if there would be peace, the potential would be the actual. And would really be free to choose the life we would want to wish. The only limit would be from a philosophical point of view, if you look a bit at the literature on freedoms, that we should equally respect the freedoms of others. And that is very important in terms of when it comes to peace, because often people would take freedoms for themselves, which they don't give to others. But ideally, that should be equal, of course. So respect and responsibility go into that concept. So, yeah, as I said, responsibility there is key. Same as with peace, we also have a negative and positive definition of freedom. Negative freedom, that's the omission of actions that restrict, like somebody restricts you in your freedom. The positive one is the freedom to do something. And that depends on your possibilities and capabilities. So possibilities basically depend, if we connect that to the peace one, on structural and cultural violence. It's the opportunities you're provided with or are not provided with. Capabilities is by nature not equally distributed, but it can be influenced still. like, for example, by health. I mean, if you're not born healthy, but still if there's a good health system, you have better chances. But you might still not have the chances to do a full-time employment. So you, like there, even if you have the freedom, you could not make full use of it. And the responsibility, again, the limits of my freedom is the freedom of others. Really key for peace. So, but if we talk about that freedom as expression of peace, yeah, some people, even if they would have the ideal opportunities, they would still not have the capacities. I mean, there are children, there are the old, there are sick, and they don't need so much the spaces of freedom, but spaces for developing themselves, and they need solidarity to live a life in human dignity. So I would say really, if we understand, 2 minutes, okay, I'm gonna go quick. So I think human dignity is important as a baseline, and we should also try to aim to construct peace for everyone and not only for the powerful, but taking into account special needs of support and assistance. Human rights really, they are same as peace, built on these values of freedom and human dignity. And that's not by coincidence, but both emerged after the Second World War, so they're historically and conceptually very closely linked. And basically, we can also say that negative freedoms are associated with civil and political rights, positive freedoms with economic, social, and cultural rights. So I would really advocate for human rights as an ethical minimum standard for peace and PeaceTech, because like it's the question, like what do we want, what kind of peace do we really want to promote? And yes, so apart from what I already said, of creating the necessary conditions for life and dignity, I think it's also really important to use PeaceTech to empower marginalized groups and give them the freedom to make their own life choices, like in a bottom-up and participatory approach, like not kind of, they should make use of their own capacities in the way they choose to, and like not kind of dictating, coming from that freedom approach also. Yeah, well, most of us, yeah, only advantages, human rights, advantage, that's kind of clear. I think I can go on and then, I mean, we don't have to start from scratch, that's the main message, but we already have the mechanisms, we already have the networks also, they're widely recognized. I don't know, I'm going to stick at the governance strategies because that's really going to be the future more. So, summary. What should global PeaceTech aim for an ethics perspective? That it should reduce any forms of direct structural and cultural violence. Human rights as an ethical minimal standard, safeguard and promote personal freedom, create equal opportunities for all to realize their full potential, and human dignity really, because some people might be left out if not. And it's important to have them really to be aware of that as well. And the empowerment point. The last slide. Oh, no. So if I'm in the process of developing that as well, maybe if we need an ethical assessment for PeaceTech, the baseline is really the awareness that certain technologies are developed and used with certain intentions. We have talked about that briefly before the break. For certain purposes, that's a bit the same thing, by certain actors, and they also produce certain consequences and impact. So we should ask ourselves, what purposes certain technologies developed? That's the intention thing. Second questions, are they in accordance with certain norms that are already kind of recognized as universal, for example, as universal human rights norms? We could also add international humanitarian law. I'm really pacifist, that's why I didn't put that there, because also I would not focus so much on the direct forms of violence, but more on the structural and cultural one, but theoretically we could also put humanitarian international law. And then we didn't talk so much about that one, but also it's very connected to responsibility. What are the consequences? And risks, by the way, who nobody can take responsibility for, they should be really avoided. I'm thinking there, for example, of lethal autonomous weapon systems. there's some risks that are really difficult to assign responsibility to. And also, so I would advocate for some kind of minimum criteria when we talk about PeaceTech. That's maybe the takeaway. And like if we have just a response also to the comment we had, like for example, if you would put, if military means in advocacy for maybe a just cause could go under PeaceTech, I would actually say no, because then we open the big question what are just wars and what are not, and that's going to be really complicated. A part of that, there's a lot of ambiguity and also ambivalence in that. Means that, how to say, like even if one technology is developed, for example, for that war, you don't know how that technology is going to be used in another war. So that's really difficult to control of. And that military technology, I think it's, if you look much broader in the future, it's difficult to take responsibility of, because it does carry a lot of risk. But that only as a side. I did have to hold myself back there, that's why I'm saying it now. But yes, so I think I'm done. Questions and answers, yeah, anyhow. Thank you very much for your attention, and any questions, welcome.
Thank you so much, Evelyn, for your overview and insightful presentation on an ethical framework for PeaceTech that might as well go along the lines of human rights. We'll now go to the next presentation, which is it's quite funny because every time I was, talking to some of the participants to the conference, they were always, oh, Lisa is there as well. Oh, Lisa is there as well. And these like witnesses, like her great work over the years. She has like, I don't know how many books and publications. She's a well-renowned scholar and practitioner of peace. So I will just give the floor to Lisa Kirsch, from the now professor at the professor of peace study at the Kroc Institute for International Peace Studies, based at the University of Notre Dame.
Not yet.
Should? Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right. Well, it's so lovely to be here with all of you. I have many old friends in the audience, and I really look forward to getting to know more of you here. And I promised Sheldon I would say this because, 20 years ago, he was using the term PeaceTech, and not so many other people were using it. And, he's really, I would say, the grandfather of PeaceTech. So I think we can call him that.
It's called damning with faint praise.
All right. So I'm going to talk about, I think, a subset of PeaceTech, actually, now that I've seen this amazing map that you all have put together. I'm really grateful for what you've done. So back in 2015, I still work with the Toda Peace Institute, which commissioned at that point 13 authors, researchers from the Southern Hemisphere to map how was social media impacting their society, really hoping that we would get a PeaceTech map out of it. But what we ended up getting was, wow, so Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp are really reshaping societies around the world. And while we may be talking about it a lot in Europe and the US, if you go to Zimbabwe and Nigeria and Sri Lanka, it's happening everywhere. And really, the Toda Peace Institute began, this is a Tokyo-based peace group, they started with nuclear weapons, also a technology, and we're really starting to realize this is a weapon of mass destruction that was accidentally built with the goal, actually, of connecting us, and it's ending up dividing us. So this first book that I edited with all these essays really tries to, pull out the PeaceTech, but it really is, I think, a message that we've heard already today, and that as right now, technology is being weaponized at a scale that is rapid and massive, and right now, PeaceTech is very small, and we are the nation, little group talking about it. As I've gone to talk with people at Facebook, Meta, and some of these big tech companies, they also ask me, what is PeaceTech? And I started just avoiding the word peace because in the US context, it conjures hippies and long hair, and you'll meet my husband, he has long hair. But anyway, individual isolation, sort of this apathy of not being engaged in civic life is part of what some of the groups in Silicon Valley, Center for Humane Technology particularly, have been talking about, sort of the numbing effect of Facebook and such. The division between us versus them, thinking between groups, which is this horizontal cohesion, and then the lack of public trust. So sort of what is toxic polarization, which is a question that tech companies are asking. They do use this term, toxic polarization. They're trying to figure out how to stop it. And so that's where, you know, I come in with the term social cohesion as actually the other end of the spectrum from toxic polarization. So social cohesion is individual agency to participate in civic life. It's horizontal cohesion within and between groups, and it's vertical cohesion where people go to elections, believe that, you know, their government is structuring society in a way that will work for everybody. So this sort of pull between toxic polarization and social cohesion is one way I have found it makes sense, at least to talk to the big tech companies about this. I've been gathering all the big PeaceTech, you know, functions in a similar way that you all have done. The ones that I'm most excited about here are number 9 and 10. They're called Remesh and Polis. And so I'm going to talk briefly about these two. Remesh is being used by the United Nations in terms of the peace process in Yemen and Libya. Polis has been used by the government in Taiwan. And the author, the creator of Polis, took nonviolent communication skills and deliberately created a platform that would reflect sort of opportunities that, reducing opportunities for trolling or arguments, offering affordances, that's the design features that incentivize people to listen to each other at scale. So this is where, you know, I think the benefit of technology is it can go to a much larger scale than our small scale dialogues. They offer visual maps, so they're using AI to see where there is common ground between groups who are talking online, listening to each other online, and then they're incentivizing people to find where there is common ground to develop policy solutions. So this sort of, these two platforms, Remesh operates in a very similar way, really have a lot of the affordances and design features that we need to build social cohesion at scale, because they enable people to engage in large-scale conversations online. They're building horizontal cohesion, and they're developing vertical cohesion because they really are, they have the capacity to find policy solutions to everything from, you know, sort of peace agreement, elements of peace agreements to, in Taiwan, they were used to what should the rules be about Uber, and the whole country is talking together. So when I take this message to Silicon Valley, that there are ways to design peace tech affordances in social media platforms that enable us to make decisions together and listen to each other, there is still a lot of pushback. And this is where I want to spend the next 5 minutes really briefly talking about these sort of 3 overlapping paradigms right now for thinking about technology: content moderation, tech regulation, and then tech for social cohesion, which are Remesh and Polis as examples. So back in September of this year, Stanford University held a big conference called the Trust and Safety Conference. They called it TrustCon, which trust and safety is how the big tech companies are thinking about how do they structure or respond to all the harmful content online. And mostly they're thinking about content moderation. So how to use human content moderators, AI for removing content. And the sort of metaphor here is that tech platforms are neutral, and the real problem are the users who keep putting up harmful content. They really disown any idea that the design of their platform is encouraging people to be terrible to each other. So like, yeah, the problem is the users, they're projecting out, and then the solution is content moderation. And then they lament that the scale of harmful content online is escalating so fast that they feel like they're playing whack-a-mole.
again, I interviewed dozens of tech staff, and they all use the same metaphor of playing this game where this little mole pops up and you have to just keep tapping it down. You know, Meta now has 40,000 people doing content moderation. I mean, the problem here is the scale of harmful content is growing at a pace greater than the scale of the content moderation. And that's not just because people individually are terrible, but countries have learned how to weaponize Facebook, and they have cyber armies who are using it for cognitive warfare. So we have an industrial scale of harmful content. And human moderators and Meta are never going to be able to keep up with that industrial scale production of harmful content. So when I go to Silicon Valley, my challenge is you're designing platforms that are distorting and amplifying some human behaviors. So tech platforms are not neutral mirrors. That's a difficult thing for them to grasp. And I actually, again, colleagues there usually use the Roman Colosseum as the example. You know, they built the Colosseum so lots of people would be pretty much silent in the stands watching people fight. So, you know, the people who designed, the engineers who designed the Colosseum had something in mind. We're going to create an audience and people are going to get in the middle and be terrible to each other. And this is where, you know, Shoshana Zuboff's surveillance capitalism comes in, because it's not just that the design is out, but the incentive, the algorithm is profiting from hate speech and disinformation. So the whole structure of the platform is problematic, and even Facebook's internal researchers recognize this, won't read all the quotes. Wall Street Journal's done a great job of pulling out. Facebook knows that its site is divisive. And when Facebook tried to do PeaceTech in 2017, 2018, they had a common ground initiative to try to figure out what are the design affordances that help people be good to each other. It was shut down because it was called the eat your veggies approach. You know, basically it was seen as being activist and biased and, you know, sort of social engineering. This thought that they're neutral now, and if they start doing peace tech, they're somehow going to be biased and telling people to eat their veggies. The Center for Humane Technology is one of my partners. They have been trying to figure out language for this. How do we explain this? And you know, they have really been pushing tech regulation, saying the profit model here it means that these tech companies don't have the incentive to do this themselves. They're profiting from the harmful content. So, you know, right now governments have done privacy. Europe's way ahead of the rest of the world in terms of privacy regulation, also cybersecurity regulation. But to regulate the design affordances and the algorithms is a next generation of tech regulation that we actually really need, because as long as these algorithms that amplify divisiveness are allowed to continue, and they're going to be profiting from it, it's going to be hard to figure this out. So that's where I get to, yes, we do need content moderation, yes, we do need tech regulation, but we also need to be knowing what the affordances are. How do we design a platform that enables people to be good to each other, which is language I'm getting from my colleagues Margarita and Mark, who are here and will be talking tomorrow from the Stanford Peace Innovation Lab and now in the Hague at the Peace Innovation Institute. I am working at Notre Dame with a variety of my students from a variety of backgrounds to also do some work. So we have a new Peace Tech and Polarization Lab, really using this framework of toxic polarization and social cohesion. And I want to just briefly show you what I'm working on with the Center for Humane Technology, which, if I can find, yes, here we go. So this is the website of the new lab we have, and we have some really exciting students who are working on things like using AI to offer evidence-based prompts to respond to hate speech. We have a training set now of 1,000 responses to hate speech based on effective communication skills. And then if I can switch over here to the last thing, this is a new program that we're launching in February. I will be sending invitations to everybody here. The Center for Humane Technology, as well as Search for Common Ground, the Alliance for Peacebuilding, a bunch of us have been working on this for 3 years now to try to figure out how do we create a platform for conversations between people who are bridge builders, which are American peace builders, because again, Americans don't like that word peace so much. So bridge builders, peace builders, and the big tech companies, introducing them to Polis and Remesh and some of the smaller peace tech affordances and platforms. I'll be sending emails out to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will now move to our next guest, which is next physically as well, and they call him the grandfather of PeaceTech. It's Sheldon Himmelfarb, CEO and founder of the PeaceTech Lab, Washington.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I guess I'll wear that title proudly, I think. But I'm very used to following Lisa for a long time, for many years, so this is a very familiar place to be sitting. And I really want to thank you all for organizing this. It's a bit of a sugar high for me here to be having this kind of an in-depth conversation about it, since I've been doing technology for peace building since the Mesozoic era, I think, back when PeaceTech was TV, radio, and we were literally sitting around thinking, what are we going to do with this fax machine? For those of you who don't know what a fax machine, no. So I really don't think there's anything more important than bringing rigor to this concept the way you are doing it. But a lot of the points I want to make have been touched upon in different ways by Lisa, by others, talking about various aspects of tech and how it's creating this and the information flows around the world. And so I'm going to be brief. So the bad news is a lot of the points have been made. The good news is it means I'll get you to happy hour a little faster. And so, good. So it was 2010 when I first began describing our tech work at the U.S. Institute of Peace, and more importantly, what we were seeing around the world in communities where people were innovating in the use of tech for preventing the drivers of conflict. And that's when we first started to refer to it as PeaceTech. 4 years later, the PeaceTech Lab was created, spun out from USIP as an independent NGO with a blindingly simple vision to put more tech tools, strategies, and training into the hands of more courageous local peace builders, the kinds of people we'd seen innovating around the world in the use of tech. So we knew that they could be doing more, better, faster, since that's what tech does. It's a force multiplier. And that's what we in the lab have been doing ever since, in more than 25 countries, with we've trained more than 2,000 organizations who are tackling problems everyone here is all too familiar with, from corruption to election violence, gender violence, interethnic, interreligious conflict. But now we at the lab have taken on a new focus, because now every single one of those daunting and deadly problems that we've all been working on for so long have become turbocharged by a new peace-building problem. And that is misinformation. A problem so serious and so far-reaching that we believe it is rapidly becoming, if it's not there already, an existential threat to the planet alongside war, global pandemics, climate change. We just haven't been thinking about it in those terms yet. Sure, I know everybody here, we've had a lot of discussion about this already. Everybody here recognizes that we're living in an unprecedented information environment, an environment where our everyday communications with each other is dwarfed by our use of the megaphone that is now social media. I thought these were some pretty interesting data points showing that on average, we talk by cell with about 14 individuals a day, one-on-one. Yet in comparison, the average person has 105 followers on Instagram, 308 friends on Facebook, 700 followers on Twitter. In other words, we have all become broadcasters of information and broadcasters of misinformation. And herein lies the danger of that. As you can see, one study from the MIT Media Lab found misinformation was 70% more likely to be shared than the truth, that misinformation spread 6 times faster than the truth, and that misinformation was 20 times more likely to be shared by multiple accounts without hesitation. So no wonder we're drowning in this stuff. Now, combine that with the lethal effects that we've seen misinformation capable of producing. And these are just a handful of examples. There are legions more. South Sudan, tens of thousands were displaced in 2016 because of a post on social, and hundreds were killed in Myanmar in 2018, when 25,000, mostly Rohingya, died and 750,000 fled, largely because of calls for genocide that have been going on for months on social media. Last year, we saw the effects in Ethiopia. This year, it was Ukraine. But wait, direct violence is not the only way that misinformation can kill. For the last 3 years, we've all witnessed equally deadly health misinformation. In the US alone, over 100,000 of the 800,000 who had died from COVID by November 2021, according to Francis Collins, the head of the National Institutes of Health, that was due to vaccine misinformation. And then there's that other existential disaster we're grappling with, climate change. Whether it's been the fossil fuel companies whose well-financed misinformation campaigns have been revealed in new investigative reports, or smaller misinformation campaigns by individuals who distort the facts about renewables in order to kill local, vital, green energy projects in their communities. We now know that the climate crisis is only worsening as a result of misinformation. So where does this leave us? We can't uninvent the internet, but we must recognize that we now have a problem that is impeding progress on virtually every other problem that leads to social progress. We think the solution lies with a better understanding of the magnitude and the urgency of the problem, much as the IPCC did with climate change 30 years ago. It's worth noting, as you can see from the data there, that in the 1990s, less than 1/3 of people believed there was a scientific consensus regarding climate change. And today that number is over 2/3. And the scientific consensus in the scientific community is actually around 99% when it comes to the causes. And this progress occurred largely through the hard work of the IPCC, an international science-led organization focused on providing actionable recommendations on an infinitely complex topic. Today, that body is, as you know, the trusted science advisor to the governments and the people of the world on climate change. So in the case of misinformation, we think the solution begins with, honestly, changing course fast and hard away from the fragmented, largely national strategies that are being pursued today to a global approach. This is a global problem that won't be solved in any other way when we live in a world of information flows that know no borders. This is why the PeaceTech Lab, beginning last year with the Nobel Prize Summit in spring of 2022, we began enlisting partners like Oxford University to start making the case for an international science-led solution to the problem, an international panel for the information environment that is modeled on the IPCC. What the IPCC got right, but also we have the benefit of learning for what they got wrong. Our goal is to do for information science what the IPCC did for climate science, which, by the way, 30 years ago, there wasn't a climate science. It was a vast array of scientists doing research on a vast array of relevant climate topics, whether it was carbon emissions or biodiversity, oceans, forests, et cetera. The IPCC pulled all of this together into a coherent field of climate science and made a coherent set of recommendations to save the planet. So we are now standing on the shoulder of those giants in the IPCC to create the IPIE, and we have made a lot of progress in the last 18 months, including a meeting we hosted in Oxford about 8 weeks ago, where we and our partners gathered 35 of the world's leading scientists in studying misinformation and the mechanisms that feed it, that we've been talking about here today, whether that's algorithmic manipulation, illicit bots, et cetera. And now we're in the process of expanding that 35 to 300, thanks to the support of 6 generous foundations. And we are now planning for next year's Nobel Prize Summit, which you all should know, next year's Nobel Prize Summit, in partnership with the National Academy of Science, is going to be devoted entirely to the information environment. That's the magnitude of the problem. So 2 years ago, the topic was our planet, our future. It was about climate change, and it was about pandemics. Next year, it's all focused on the information environment. But as they said in the movie Smokey and the Bandits, we've got a long way to go and a short time to get there, and we need the help of the global PeaceTech community to succeed. Unlike the IPCC, we don't have 30 years before the scientific recommendations of the IPIE start to become practice and policy. We have got to speed up that process with activism, and that's where I think this room comes in. If I've learned anything from working with PeaceTechers over the years, it is that no one is more resourceful when it comes to turning ideas into investment, into action that can save lives than the people working in this room. So I honestly mean this. It would be wonderful to have a conversation about how we can work together on this. Please join us.
Thank you so much for this very inspiring message that we will discuss probably during next day of the conference and towards our conclusions. I will now leave the floor to Christine Bell. And Christine, she's Director and Principal Investigator at PeaceRep, which is an initiative based at the School of Law at the University of Edinburgh. I lost my paper, but she also has a book coming up on PeaceTech that will be published in 2023. So you can tell us the title. So she's working in this area, and she has very exciting projects to present. So I will leave the floor to you and stop sharing so that you can share.
So I would also really like to thank the organisers for inviting me and for arranging the meeting. I grew up in Northern Ireland, in Belfast. I was one of the generation that was born more or less at the start of the conflict there. I went through a phase as a sort of peace activist, and I became a bit disillusioned with peace. And I trained as a lawyer and became a human rights activist. and ended up really running the biggest human rights NGO in Northern Ireland through the end phase of the conflict, which, like many, was one of the darkest, most dangerous phases, and through the peace process. And in that time, I then became very active in the peace process, trying to, in a sense, influence the text of an agreement. And that explains a lot of what I'm going to talk about. We also used to try to influence the text of Clinton's speeches, where we would negotiate the word just into the speech, a just peace, to pin the human rights agenda on, and British civil servants would negotiate that word back out, and we used to do this back and forward right up to the moment the speech was delivered and see what had got in. So what I'm going to do, just briefly, because I realise we're really short of time, is talk a little bit about our sort of practice-based research project, how we sort of moved into the PeaceTech era, what are the problems we encountered and what are the lessons we learned. So it's a bit of a how-to through this journey of how we did it. And you'll see in ways why I told that initial story. So I'm going to, oh, I've got the wrong thing up. Anyway, I'll share it. So right back when I was involved in the peace process, we didn't know what could go into a peace agreement. It was the early days of what was really the post-1990 phenomenon. So I started collecting agreements. This was super analog. I wrote to terrorist groups, I wrote to governments, and I was involved in a lot of peace processes because people sought the Northern Irish ongoing experience, and I physically collected them. And the archivist and me started creating a collection, and I started collaborating with other people that were doing this. Some of our collection went into, for example, Use It Digital Peace, which came back into ours. We worked with John Darby that helped generate the PAM project. We worked with UN Peacemaker. And what has been a little state of the art between us all has evolved really over a period from the mid-1990s onwards. And I just raise that because collaboration is something I'm going to come back to, competition and collaboration, sort of elephants in the room sometimes. What's evolved over the years is the peace agreements, the PAX peace agreements database. And this is now really a set of databases. We have, first of all, a database that we claim is a form of census of all peace agreements across all conflicts from 1990 to date, interstate and intrastate. It's actually, we collect from a very early stage in a process through, and so there's actually over 2,000 documents in the database with about 150 peace processes, which tells you that there's multiple peace processes within countries, of course. And although it's a peace and transition agreement database, I partly showed this because this was one of our early forays into visualization. You told me I've got to hide this. So it's really actually a process database because it creates a comparative frame for understanding processes. Partly this was because what greatly frustrated me that people weren't really comparing like with like when they grabbed peace agreements for things. And this is just actually a little thing. If you had a perfect peace process, it might start with a ceasefire. It might look like this little line. It might start with a ceasefire agreement, move on to talks about talks. How are the parties going to come together and actually talk to each other? What's the agenda? What status do they have? Who's barred from the talks? Who's not? Might reach a partial framework, substantive stage of agreement. Might then reach a comprehensive framework. And then there would be agreements to implement it. And of course, it might track through in a nice way. This is actually what all the peace processes in the world look like, this Jackson Pollock. And then if I hover on this, you'll see individual ones. It's quite a cool little thing. And what you'll see is, they start with maybe a pre-negotiation that might get you to a ceasefire. Then you might spend ages. This one, by the way, is Philippines, Mindanao. You might then spend ages implementing it up at the top, then you might have to go back and re-agree your ceasefire. What's interesting is, I think this actually visualization illustrates in ways one of the big successes of our data, which has been to take the focus off the so-called comprehensive agreement and show people that they're only in a moment in a much longer timeline, but there's a number of other things which we'll do. We got into data through this very process of visualizing and working collaboratively into sort of the more tech side, both because we had to create both a back end and a front end for our tech, But also then we started collaborating on digital, on sort of innovative participative visualization. Where has that gone to since? You see a suite of things here. We have also a very localized peace agreement database. That's not a census. You cannot collect them all. They're not all written down. And that we also have a gender database. We've got an amnesties one. And we've created things like, I'm not going to find it now, of course, it's sitting there. Oh yeah, the Peace Fem app, which is a tool for women mediators to look up quickly some of the best topics on it, where we collaborated with other data projects to talk about the strategies women used to get those provisions into peace agreements and whether they were implemented after they got there. It really operates, I think, in its best use as a billboard of, hey, these are sorts of things you can get in, because every group comes anew to a peace process, not knowing what a peace process can do. So that's a sort of overview of, we've also started, I just mentioned, because it was a collaboration with some of the people in the room, we worked to create a ceasefires in a time of COVID-19. It's very deliberately worded. You can ask me why if you want. To monitor the UN Secretary General's call, and that was a collaboration between practitioners, digital people, and researchers. So where I'm going to stop that share and now just share a bit. Don't worry, there's not a whole big long thing. What we're working on now is really focused. If I locate myself in a peace map and on the PeaceTech map, there's been a lot of There's been a lot of things which I would sort of say are kind of stop the war tech. And in ways, this was an example. We've been trying to focus on support for design of peace processes, engagement and inclusion agendas within peace processes, and implementation of them, because actually, in most contexts now, there's been a peace process and war has overlaid on the failures of the past, often caused by it. And what I would say is where our research departs from at the minute has emerged from the data, but of course has resonance with other research people are doing. The peace process model was designed around a big authoritarian state and one or several satellite armed state actors. That no longer fits. Now we have very splintered, particularly in the most protracted conflicts that are proving unamenable to resolution through an elite deal. Not surprisingly, we have very splintered groups where interests align and realign, and it's much more a fragmented geography. There's a changing global marketplace of intervention in the peacemaking space, where there's a whole set of people strategically intervening in peacemaking that we don't think of as normatively driven, including, for example, Russia now in ways in Syria running the constitution-making process or not, as the case may be. And so we're moving, I suppose, to a new language. And I think it's one that's really relevant, because I think we've got to put the digital disruption together with what is a moment of complete transition in the field, which has disaligned everybody. And that is that there's not a conflict in the country often, but a conflict system or scape with nested international, national and local conflict. If you read the Minsk agreements in Ukraine, you see this sketched out. So it's a system or a scape rather than one thing. The solutions are not peace settlements or agreements, but formalised unsettlement that try to translate Clausewitz in reverse, translate the conflict into some sort of ongoing political way of dealing with it. But the compromises remain there to be worked out. And in fact, there's a peace-conflict continuum, as that messy diagram showed, with movement back and forward. And so what we're really focused on now is how do we support adaptive management of moving forward from the peace agreement moment. And here there's a difficulty with language, and actually all the talks before me really illustrated this, but how do we decide what is implementation of the peace agreement, right? What is it? Is it doing what you promised to? So the peace agreement matrix looks at that. Is it reduction in deaths and conflict? Well, what if we've just relabeled it as political? What are the measurements? If we knew what the definitions were, what are the measurements of it? Do we have those measurements? Do we have data? Do we trust it? And fourthly, who wants to know and why cannot be separated from these questions. Internationals want to know about implementation because they seek to exit. Locals want to understand implementation because they want to know, will my life be better? And these are really different concepts of peace, as I think your discussion did. And how do we enable the response? So it's one thing knowing when it's happening and not, but what is it that people do as a consequence? And these are persistent issues, not just across ours, but others that we're trying to solve at a research terms and other. So one of the things we've come up with, and I just give a quick glimpse of it, is to really try to do a peace and transition process tracker. And it's trying to navigate around all of these issues of who, where, why, and I think responds a little bit to the build-up presentation as well. So it's a way to enable tracking of a peace process through different ways of seeing change processes over time, not trying to reduce it to a data interface or one thing, but trying to think, how do you bring together different ways of understanding change to enable an intelligent conversation about what's working well, what's working badly, for who, and what do we do about it. And the purpose is really to support the type of adaptive management that sort of gets displaced, that people do that are on the ground and we see them doing, but it gets a bit displaced from the sort of monitoring environmental, monitoring and evaluation, more tick box approach. We're focusing on what a university can best do, which is an open access system. So we're really aware from the 60 conversations we've had with people trying to do these sorts of trackers internally that people often can't share things, not because they're so confidential, but because it's diplomatically sensitive that they hold the view they hold about a certain party, which is different from it actually being something that no one knows. So it can be diplomatically sensitive what, say, the UK government, and they're our main funders, although we're an independent research programme, what their view of a particular group is, but they do need ways of talking about that internally. We're going for simplicity, sustainability and scalability. And for our end users, we have in mind a number of distinct communities. Firstly, those who are on international country teams who arrive often with very little knowledge of the conflict and absolutely very little of the history. Actors in multi-generational conflicts and peace processes who often don't know the institutional history in their own. I was really struck by this in Afghanistan, where I saw an agreement one day in about 2018 and knew that the same key guy that had signed it had signed an identical agreement in 1990, but I only knew that because we'd logged his name in the database, and I suspect that no one else that supported and signed that agreement knew, but he knew exactly what he was going to implement and not implement. Researchers are a key end user for us. All of our peace agreement data has built in the UCDP, ACLED and other codes, so we've really worked on interoperability across that, and most of the research around this is running on this database. We've legacy things which I'll not talk about, but key to our whole research endeavour is partnership with country-based teams. So we've got a standard thing and a not standard, and I'll not go into that because I've no time. So we've 5 or 6 components of it. We have a timeline of formal change processes that documents, pulls together data from a range of providers, constitutions, peace agreements, elections, coups, and there's reliable data on this. So I think one of the things we've done is we know what the interoperability or not of the data is. We know what we can fully automate and what we can't. So that gives people an easy way. That's the data for Ukraine, which shows, I think, I can't see it well, but 9 agreements, and I can't see it all, but it gives you a sense of that. I used Ukraine to illustrate most of this. We've got an interface that shows you what the agreements committed to and what the weight of issues were on those agreements, which were the main topics, and different ways of searching. We then have an actor network of who signed the agreements and why, and that's quite interesting in the case of Ukraine, if anyone's any questions. We then have a conflict and implementation map, which is really a map of maps. It brings together ACLED, UCDP and data again. And we've got an implementation dashboard, and it's quite interesting because, again, rather than bringing together all the data, which is what I think our initial vision was, we've really actually pre-selected. There's too much data is the problem, and people don't have a way of navigating through it. So we've taken almost the opposite approach of what we thought we would do. But we've also got a natural language processing capacity to do qualitative data from reports. And that also, by the way, we can use to automate some of our coding, but also to compare different drafts of peace agreements and understand in a technical way what issues entered or exited. I'm going to skip on a bit to, if this is going to allow me, to my end points, which I've gone totally missing. What's happened to my PowerPoint? Maybe what I'll do is I'll stop share, pull up the PowerPoint, and just so that I don't totally mess up the very, very last bit. I promise I'll stop then. But I think the main points that we've learned for it is that the most difficult bit of doing this work is how to bring the right capacities together, not within the various array, if you're a non-tech person, of knowing what tech people do, but also actually really tricky decisions about when to commission in and when to commission out. And there's an awful lot of smoke and mirrors in this world of what people say they can produce. And in my experience, it's usually 90% there, and it shows you that what you're trying to do can be done, but it doesn't work without the last 10%. So you can waste a lot of money very quickly. Number two, you've got how do you support response is still the $6 million question. So you might have a beautiful early warning system, but if nobody knows what they're going to do when they get warned, there's a real issue there, and that's definitely a challenge for us. Our experience is that even the simplest interface, 90% of the staff don't use it, right? And we've really worked on simple interfaces. Thirdly, how do you use the potential of cross-institutional and data to create we can now bring things together from APIs in ways that mean people can retain their institutional ownership but share data. But yet I see there's still a lot of issues in people being prepared to collaborate on. So then everybody wants the meta platform and then everyone wants the meta. And this stands, I think, to really risk fracturing a lot of what we do in the same ways that we all end up fractured in the peace building field. And fourthly, ethics. And here I would suggest that I don't think it's just a problem of dual use of peace and war. Like we really face in our actor network mapping, if we start to put individuals in there, of course that can be dual used. But in fact, in ways, the more difficult problem, I think, is the nesting of conflict and peace itself. And I wasn't really aware of this the same way until I looked at our local agreements. Some of them we couldn't, we say they're not local, they're not agreements, and they're not about peace often. Often these agreements are about peace in one direction and conflict in another, in ways that's very difficult to separate. So actors are changing sides, changing motivations, and changing partners all the time. And what we really need to map now is processes of coming together and falling apart, and whether those are around peace or conflict, and what it is that drives people those different ways. So I think for us, the other issue is that ethical frameworks within universities and organisations focus on a medical model of the individual, but a lot of this data is population-specific data that creates population incentives to take out one side or the other. And in fact, we don't even ask the right questions about that type of data. So we're facing some really practical issues with the actual forms we fill in and whether they have, and also do no harm to the peace process. There's a kind of real issue with that, like if we blow things about. So sometimes better implementation information is actually not preferable, and I've got dilemmas about this, but it's, you may want to have a story of balanced blame. So what do we do with that? Okay.
Thank you so much, Christine, for sharing with us this impressive work, really. And it will be very useful for us when we'll go to the next steps of the assessment and the measure, and and bringing together this Global PeaceTech Atlas. You have so many tools, and thank you. And it's also a nice bridge to the next presentation. I will ask you to be short, since the time is almost over. So it's Lisa Glibchenko, sorry. She's a researcher on visual peace technology and peace tech, and founder of an initiative that she will talk about. Is called Color Up Peace. So Lisa, to you. I'm sharing the slides.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, and thank you for the introduction. So I will be talking about this initiative, as you see, Visual PeaceTech, Digital Visual Images as Security Building Tools, and that the same name is the name of my PhD, which I'm supposed to finish in 2 months, so keep your fingers crossed for me. And basically, this is a combination of my research efforts, but also of artistic activities and of entrepreneurial activities. for the last, I don't know how many years, and also of my war-affected backgrounds. And this panel being called The Different Ways to PeaceTech, I wanted to focus more on approaches and methodologies and experiments that I've been doing and less on the actual scientific findings. And I think that kind of discussion we can then carry out to questions and dinner and tomorrow. So let's start. So a bit more about me. So I'm a PhD researcher in visual peace technology, and then 6 years ago I started this peace building startup that's called Color Our Peace, and it combines digital innovation and artistic innovation to bring them together as peace building strategies. I don't know what's happening to the micro. As peace building strategies. And it used to have projects in countries like Israel and Palestine, Yemen and Kenya, but this year it reoriented all its resources and just everything to support Ukraine and Ukrainians because of my Ukrainian background. And then also I've been doing the Embodying Peace Fellowship with a tech accelerator in Israel and Palestine that uses entrepreneurial technology innovation as a peace building tool to promote equal partnerships between Arab and Israeli founders. And there are 3 layers to my research project, and the first project is about exploring digital visuality of peace and security in Yemen in connection to the 2020 peace agreement that, contrary to its promise, didn't really bring security and peace to Yemen. And then subproject 2 is about how do we design VR environments as peace building tools, and then how do we implement, subproject 3, but how do we implement peaceful futures through augmented reality images, mostly in Ukraine. And so the first subproject is called Imaginary Reconstitution of Security in Yemen, and this imaginary reconstitution of security is kind of like a method I made up for working with image transformations based on the project Color Our Peace. I will explain you later. And basically what I'm focusing on when I talk about visual peace technology and images as PeaceTech is not what images show, but what they are and what they do and what is the right thing to do with them as tools for peace building. And then what I did in this project is I collaborated with a young Yemeni creative woman to explore and support local grassroots visions for security and peace in Yemen in connection and as opposed to the 2020 agreement. And this collaboration is based on the artistic side of Color Our Peace, and what happens is that people from all over the world submit photographs of what peace is to them, and then I turn them into coloring pages by digitally drawing all the outlines using, a graphic tablet and a graphic pen. And the idea was, the founding of this project was, of course, connected to my experiences as a Ukrainian and to the annexation of Crimea, which is the region where I had grown up but have no access to as of, for many years now. And the idea was to give people an opportunity to think about what peace is to them and to create a dialogue based on peace and peace-related values, where, one person would send a photograph and another would create the outline, and a third one or many people to the same outline could connect their own experiences of security and peace to that original vision that is expressed in the photograph. So I thought, how do we think about that perhaps in relation to Yemen? Because the only thing you hear about Yemen, that it's the world's worst humanitarian crisis. But if on the other hand, you see images of peace, then you can feel hopeful because there is something to support and there is someone already working for peace who you can support. And that is, I would say, a source of empowerment. And this is an example of the digital transformation that happens in the project, but here for ethical reasons, these are the photographs that I took myself, and tomorrow there will be a way for you to also see those visions of peace from Yemen specifically. It doesn't click. Okay. So I created this virtual exhibition that's called Making Art and Making Peace Together that does feature a VR exhibition. It features all the photographs that were submitted and all the stories behind them, and then the outlines, which you can download and engage with digitally and submit back to be part of the exhibition. So I meant it as a digital tool that is more of a constellation and a moving kind of tool to negotiate what peace is to different people in Yemen. And then if it's big at some point enough, then it can't really be, ignored in a peace agreement, but we see how that works. And then I said that this part of the project was about digital visuality of security and peace. So what do I mean by digital visuality? So the visual part of that is to specifically call up images of peace which we never see from war-affected or conflict-affected communities. And then if you make them visual, you make them seen, and then you make them legitimate and available to work with, and then the digitality comes at this instrumental stage available to work with, because if you can kind of connect to them and then transform them, then they are already a tool for yourself, and you can also, like this, engage in community building and engage in a peace building that would be not top-down or not outside-inside kind of dynamic. So I saw it as a tool of empowerment. And then another thing I did later on in the project, I was thinking about how we could use virtual reality technologies for peace building specifically, and that came from an experience of me working in a nonprofit in Ukraine during the pandemic. And once we had this staff meeting at using the software called Altspace VR, which is a Microsoft tool for all kinds of virtual meetings where everybody can for free sign up and host whatever you want to host there. And that was the only time. We never again basically had a staff meeting in that software. We tried it once, but I was thinking these tools do exist, and the only way that I was doing grassroots peace work back then was also online. And I was thinking, how do I perhaps use some of the existing programs already for that specifically? And that got me thinking about actually design of software and design of hardware. So then I had an experiment where I was trying to adapt this to build kind of a security and peace constellation as the previous project was advocating for. And then I explained how that fell short of my expectations. Not that it's the fault of Altspace VR or its developers, but it's just that if we kind of articulate what are the potentials of different existing already tools for peace work, then maybe these articulations of the potential can actually result in different strategies for designing software and designing hardware, or at least making it slightly, different or like for free available to peace builders specifically. But what I wanted to focus on in this talk today is this third sub-project of using augmented reality technologies to articulate and implement peaceful futures in Ukraine specifically. So this is a photograph that I took in Vilnius, Lithuania this year in July. I was there doing a peace project about Ukraine with a friend of mine, and I was just walking around Vilnius, and it was full of visuals of support to Ukraine. And maybe it's not understandable what this photograph is, but this is actually a reflection at a window of a business that's called Art and Wine. No idea if it's good or not. It was closed. I didn't go in. But what caught my attention is the fact that the flag looks like it was kind of assaulted physically, as in somebody tried to unstick it or something like this. And to me, that spoke of the fact that someone could imagine a future where Ukraine doesn't win or where Ukraine is not supported. So I was thinking about all kinds of battles, visual battles and information battles that happen in Ukraine also, but also in the different places where Ukrainians now are, and how we can use augmented reality technologies to pronounce futures where Ukraine wins. So then I created augmented reality art, also things that I drew, and used the app that's called Overlay to then layer over the original photograph. And what it is like marker-based augmented reality technology. So marker-based because you use an image that is very specific, and you have to pay attention to the qualities like vibrance and saturation and contrast. And then when you scan it using the app, it doesn't have to be this app, but in general, you scan it using the app, and then the computer vision within it would call up, like using cloud-based recognition or device-based recognition, it would call up the layer that you created and upload it to the online profile of your augmented reality app. And then I will show you the end result, which is this Freedom Repair 24/7 since 2014. And I actually restored the flag and said that the bees are doing this. And you've noticed, of course, that I work mostly with like war-affected communities as Yemen and as Ukraine, and I said I wouldn't really go into like theoretical underpinnings of this too much, but there's one thing that I did want to point out, because I think it kind of comes in conflict with a lot of the things that have been said before. Theoretically, like what I'm mostly building on is the concept of quality peace, which is basically about victory consolidation, because I think in these kinds of situations there is a right and a wrong, especially in Ukraine, and it's very clearly pronounced, one of those very rare situations in life where you can tell what is right and what is wrong, actually. And I think that this is like the way to go, theoretically, in my case, at least, because if, I thought concepts like positive peace wouldn't necessarily apply because they were developed by certain kinds, certain backgrounds of people for certain places, for certain times, for certain realities, and if they are misplaced, misapplied, then what that literally says to people on the ground that hey, peace is not coming, and hey, you're not a peace builder, which is the opposite of what I want to say, what I want to do, and what I want to advocate for. And another thing that may be evident from the project is that the kind of style that I use visually and the fact that I just work with these made-up imaginary visual images and artistic approaches is anti-authenticity. A lot of the time in peace building, you would have to, apply or adhere to these rules of being authentic to a place where a conflict is happening. But I think it also kind of limits or impedes futures design. So I think of visual peace technology or peace technology more broader as something that is able to facilitate, let's say, the break between the reality of conflict and then the imagination of peace in a way that we don't forget or don't deny that the conflict happened, but that we're still kind of free to create these cruder forms, to create these things that are intentionally not realistic, to remind us that we can do things very differently from what they are. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you. And there are many, reactions around, people that want to react, but we cannot, unfortunately. I was already threatened and blackmailed. There's a shuttle waiting for us outside. But I have a few things to communicate, if you can have 1 minute more of attention. So thank you again for all these insights that are really great food for thought, and really let's continue the conversation today and tomorrow. About tomorrow, we will have these parallel sessions that you will be free to go, to decide which one you want to attend. But before, we're meeting here. So we're meeting here at 2. And then we will split at 2:30 in different rooms, and one of them will be here. So for those that are attending the one here, they will not need to move. Tomorrow morning, we have tickets to go to the cupola, to the famous Brunelleschi Dome. And if you want to go, there was an Excel file where you could sign up, but I think it's okay. But there are still some free spots. You can get the tickets from Tiona. Tiona, make yourself visible. Tiona is there. So you can get the tickets there from Tiona. There are 30 tickets, so, first come, first served. And so we'll now, another thing, we will have an exposition from Lisa and the visual peace technology outside there at the entrance of this room. And we also have the global PeaceTech map, the interactive map here on the whiteboard if you want to check or even add more initiatives. I think that's it. We can go to the cocktail. Thank you again for this very lively conversation, and looking forward to talk more and to tomorrow. Thank you.